The 10th session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III will lead the chamber in prayer.
The Lord has said, when two or three are gathered together in my name, I am there in the midst of them. We call on you, Lord, to hear our prayers. Please guide us, the legislators, as we begin scrutinizing our country's 5 trillion peso budget and as we rush the remaining priority legislative agenda of this administration. We pray for your wisdom. Guide us to make the right decisions for the good of our people and our land. We are close to 2 years into this pandemic. We pray for your continuous protection against the threat of COVID-19, not only for ourselves and our families, but most especially for our doctors, nurses, vaccinators, medical technologists, nursing aides, maintenance people, and volunteers. In short, we pray most especially for all our pandemic frontliners, for their protection and continued good health. May all our efforts to fight this virus yield positive results. May the health of those infected be restored by your healing hands. May those who have suffered a death in the family from COVID or other reasons receive your comfort and gifts of strength, hope, and perseverance. And may those who have succumbed to this disease find peace and home in your heavenly kingdom. We pray for a country that is united as one people, as one nation, belonging to one ship of state. As we begin the Burr months, may you continue to bless the Filipino people as we excitedly look forward to a joyful Christmas season this year. You have said in 2 Chronicles 7:14 that if my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Father in heaven, please guide us and let your will be done. Amen.
Amen. The secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara. Senator Binay.
Present.
Senator Cayetano.
Present.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa.
Present.
Senator Drilon.
Present.
Senator Gatchalian.
Present.
Senator Go.
Present.
Senator Gordon.
Present.
Senator Ontiveros.
Present.
Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid. Senator Marcos.
Present.
Senator Pacquiao.
Present.
Senator Pangilinan.
Here, present.
Senator Pimentel III.
Present.
Senator Poe.
Present.
Senator Recto.
Present.
Senator Revilla Jr.
Present.
Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva.
Present.
Senator Villar.
Present.
Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III is present.
With 5 senators physically present and 17 senators virtually present for a total of 22, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 9th session, Tuesday, August 31, 2021, and consider the same as approved. So moved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The journal is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of this.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business. Messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 24 August 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 9557, an act providing for an efficient procedure for declaring a nuisance candidate and imposing stiffer penalties on the nuisance candidate and any person who has caused the filing of a nuisance candidate certificate of candidacy. amending for the purpose Section 69 of Batas Pambansa bilang 881 as amended, also known as the Omnibus Election Code of the Philippines.
Referred to the Committee on Electoral Reforms.
House Number 9562, an act providing for early voting by qualified senior citizens and persons with disabilities in national and local elections.
Referred to the Committees on Electoral Reforms, Social Justice, and Finance.
House Number 9575, an act establishing the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program, creating for the purpose the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Council and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Youth, Agriculture, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House Number 9576, an act promoting the development of the bamboo industry by strengthening the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, creating the Bamboo Industry Research and Development Center, providing incentives for bamboo plantation development, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Trade, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House Number 9608, an act establishing the no call, no text, and no email registration system and providing penalties for violations thereof.
To the Committees on Science and Technology and Finance.
House Number 9651, an act strengthening the regulatory framework on data privacy protection, aligning with international standards, challenges, and other cross-border data processing concerns, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 10173, otherwise known as the Data Privacy Act of 2012.
20. Referred to the Committee on, is this cooperatives?
Science and...
No, Science and Technology.
House Number 9731, an act establishing the Philippine High School for Creative Arts System and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House Number 9778, an act allowing voting by proxy in primary cooperatives, thereby amending for the purpose Chapter 4, Article 36 of Republic Act Number 9520, otherwise known as the Philippine Cooperative Code of 2008.
Referred to the Committee on Cooperatives.
House Number 9785, an act strengthening the Commission on Elections by increasing the manpower complement in its field offices, providing for office spaces separate and independent from local government units, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Batas Pambansa bilang 881 as amended, otherwise known as the Omnibus Election Code of the Philippines.
To the Committees on Electoral Reforms and Finance.
House Number 9806, an act mandating public and private educational institutions and all business establishments, including facilities handling, storing, and transporting hazardous materials, to participate in the conduct of a quarterly nationwide simultaneous earthquake and emergency preparedness drill and providing penalties for violations thereof.
To the Committee on National Defense and Peace and Security.
And House Number 9833, an act providing stronger measures for the conservation and protection of wildlife resources and their habitats, repealing for this purpose Republic Act Number 9147 or the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act and appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to the Committees on Environment and Finance.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 25 August 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 9567, an act creating 5 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 3rd Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of San Jose del Monte, province of Bulacan, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14C of Batas Pambansa bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
To the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 9581, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Ibahay and converting the existing Municipal Circuit Trial Court for the Ibahay-Nabas Circuit into the Municipal Trial Court for Nabas, all in the province of Aklan, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
To the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 9607, an act establishing a cultural center and museum in the province of Biliran to be known as Biliran Cultural Center and Museum and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 9657, an act separating the Roberta de Jesus Elementary School, Disciplina Village Elementary School Extension in Disciplina Village, Barangay Bignay, Valenzuela City, Metro Manila, from the Roberta de Jesus Elementary School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as Disciplina Village Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 9658, an act converting the Pinaglabanan High School in Barangay Pinaglabanan, Municipality of Goa, Province of Camarines Sur, into a national high school to be known as Pinaglabanan National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 9659, an act separating the Celestino G. Tabuena Memorial National High School, Mercedes B. Peralta Senior High School Extension in Barangay Ginlahon, West District, Sorsogon City, Province of Sorsogon, from the Celestino G. Tabuena Memorial National High School, converting it into an independent senior high school to be known as Mercedes B. Peralta Senior High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 9660, an act separating the Lydia D. Martinez Memorial High School, Sugod Senior High School Extension in Barangay Sugod, Bacon District, Sorsogon City, Province of Sorsogon, from the Lydia D. Martinez Memorial High School, converting it into an independent senior high school to be known as Sugod Senior High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 9779, an act converting the Oriental Mindoro Central District Hospital in the Municipality of Pinamalayan, Province of Oriental Mindoro, into a provincial hospital to be known as the Oriental Mindoro Provincial Hospital and appropriating funds therefore.
The Committees on Health and Finance.
House Number 9837, an act converting the Bislig District Hospital in the city of Bislig, Province of Surigao del Sur, into a medical center to be known as the Bislig City Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore.
The Committees on Health and Finance.
House Number 9649, an act establishing a Technical Education Skills Development Authority Test the Training and Assessment Center in the city of Mati, Province of Davao Oriental, to be known as the Davao Oriental Test the Provincial Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
House Number 9650, an act establishing in the Municipality of Paraceles Mountain Province a Technical Education Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, Test the Center, to be known as the Paraceles Mountain Province Test the Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
House Number 9802, an act establishing in the city of General Trias, Cavite Province, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be known as the General Trias City Cavite Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
House Number 9814, an act separating the sitio of Batucan from Barangay Del Monte in the Municipality of Talacogon, Province of Agusan del Sur, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Batucan.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House Number 9815, an act separating the city of Bucal from Barangay Mainit in the Municipality of Nabunturan, Province of Davao de Oro, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Bucal.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House Number 9816, an act separating the city of Crossing from Barangay Poblacion in the Municipality of Quicharao, Province of Agusan del Norte, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Crossing.
To the Committee on Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House Number 9817, an act separating the city of Pangaylan-Ip from Barangay Poblacion 1 in the Municipality of Santiago, Province of Agusan del Norte, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Panglayan-Ip.
To the Committees on Local Government and Finance, Electoral Reforms, sorry.
House Number 9818, an act separating the city of Songkoy from Barangay Poblacion in the Municipality of Quicharao, Province of Agusan del Norte, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Songkoy.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House Number 9819, an act separating the city of Tagucon from Barangay Kamingawan in the city of Kabangkalan, Province of Negros Occidental, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Tagucon.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House Number 9820, an act separating the city of Talulian from Barangay Balagunan in the Municipality of Santo Tomas, Province of Davao del Norte, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Tulalian.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House Number 9586, an act declaring Ulot River, located in the Municipality of Paranas, Province of Samar, an ecotourism site and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
House Number 9825, an act declaring Lulugayan Falls, located in the Municipality of Calbiga, Province of Samar, an ecotourism site and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
House Number 9827, an act declaring Sohoton Caves and Natural Bridge, located in the Municipality of Basay, Province of Samar, an ecotourism site and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
House Number 9829, an act declaring the Ginsaugon Eco Adventure Park, located in Barangay Ginsaugon, Municipality of St. Bernard, Province of Southern Leyte, a tourism destination.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Number 9579, an act establishing a 4-lane viaduct or bypass road in the city of San Jose del Monte, province of Bulacan, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
House Number 9801, an act renaming the Carmen Santo Tomas Road, stretching from Junction Agusan, Davao Road, fronting the Battle of Isning Monument in Barangay Ising, traversing through Barangays New Camiling, Alejal, and Magsaysay, all in the municipality of Carmen, province of Davao del Norte, as Saturnino R. Silva Road.
To the Committee on Public Works.
House Number 9803, an act naming the road leading to the Bohol Panglao International Airport, stretching from Barangay Lourdes up to Barangay Tawala in the municipality of Panglao, province of Bohol, as Governor Constancio Chato Torralba Road.
To the Committee on Public Works.
House Number 9824, an act creating a district engineering office in the first legislative district of the province of Negros Occidental and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
House Number 9622, an act establishing an aquaculture feed mill plant in Barangay Bahit, municipality of Panay, province of Capiz, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Agriculture and Finance.
And House Number 9786, an act providing for the manner of election of the elected members of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan of Laguna representing the cities of San Pedro, Santa Rosa, and Biñan.
To the Committees on Electoral Reforms and Finance. There is additional reference to business.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading, Senate Number 2371, an act granting continuing COVID-19 benefits to public and private health workers during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, introduced by Senators Gordon and Angara.
To the Committees on Health, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Number 2374, an act extending the corporate life of and strengthening the power sector assets, liabilities, and management corporation, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9136 and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Soto III.
To the Committees on Government Corporations and Energy.
Senate Number 2375, an act instituting the Magna Carta for non-uniformed personnel in uniformed agencies, introduced by Senator Soto III.
To the Committees on Civil Service and Finance.
Committee reports. Committee report number 295, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, Health and Demography, and Finance on Senate number 2372, with Senators Ontiveros, Binay, Cayetano, De Lima, Marcos, Poe, Villar, Go, and Angara as authors thereof, entitled An Act to Ensure Gender-Responsive and Inclusive Protocols and Programming to address the gender-differentiated needs of women during pandemics, public health concerns, emergencies, and disasters, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 2088, sponsor Senator Ontiveros.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 296, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on Senate number 2373, with Senators Angara, Pacquiao, Go, Gatchalian, Binay, and Gordon as authors thereof, entitled An Act Granting Survivorship Benefits to the Surviving Legitimate Spouse and Dependent Children of a Deceased Retired Member of the National Prosecution Service, appropriating funds therefore for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 1865, taking into consideration House number 9087, sponsor Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business. There is a second additional reference.
Second additional reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives, letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 31 August 2020, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disregarding provisions of House number 8268 entitled An Act Increasing the Penalties for Perjury, amending for the purpose Articles 183 and 184 of Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code, and Senate number 1354 entitled An Act Amending Articles 183 and 184 of Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 31 August 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 9990, an act exempting incentives, rewards, bonuses, and other forms of emoluments received by national athletes and coaches from taxes, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10699, otherwise known as the National Athletes and Coaches Benefits and Incentives Act.
To the Committee on Sports and Ways and Means.
House number 8895, an act exempting critical medical projects, essential goods, inputs, raw materials, and equipment from taxes, duties, and other fees during public health emergencies.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House number 9878, an act converting the Oriental Mindoro Provincial Hospital in Calapan City, province of Oriental Mindoro, into a regional hospital to be known as the Mimaropa Regional Hospital and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
House number 9917, an act establishing in the city of Maykawayan, province of Bulacan, a tertiary hospital to be known as the Hospital ng Maykawayan and appropriating funds therefore.
to the Committees on Health and Finance,
House Number 9885, an act providing for the construction of a 240-kilometer Trans-Mindanao Superhighway connecting four provincial capitals in the Caraga and Northern Mindanao regions to the Laguindingan International Airport and appropriating funds therefore.
to the Committees on Public Works and Finance,
House Number 9886, an act providing for the tri-level interchange along MC Briones Street, corner UN Avenue, Mandawi City, Province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore.
to the Committees on Public Works and Finance,
Na House Number 9887, an act establishing the Antique Provincial Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be located in the municipality of Hamtic, and the Pandan Antique Technical Educational Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be located in the municipality of Pandan and appropriating funds therefore.
to the Committees on Higher Education and Finance,
Resolutions. PS Resolution Number 883, entitled Resolution Directing the Appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the status of implementation of the Philippine Identification System amid the challenges and setbacks brought upon by the restrictions to mobility resulting from the recent surge in COVID-19 cases nationwide, introduced by Senator De Lima.
to the Committees on Justice and Public Information,
PS Resolution Number 884, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the Department of Transportation's DOTR deficient disbursement of its allocated aid funds under Bayanihan 2, as well as other delays and deficiencies in its project implementation with the end in view of holding officials accountable for said deficiencies and delays, introduced by Senator De Lima.
to the Committees on Accountability of Public Officers and Public Services. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Next on the agenda, Mr. President, are a number of resolutions honoring our sports heroes in the last Olympics. There will be two parts. The first parts are the resolutions congratulating the individual, particularly the boxers, because we had already passed and approved the one of Hidilyn Diaz a few weeks ago. So these are for the boxers, after which we'll also be taking up the resolutions congratulating the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission. And then we will also tackle after the boxers by honoring them with the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence. So we'll have to vote on that as well. Just a reminder to our colleagues, our boxers are not here today. They will be here on Monday, if I'm not mistaken, from Senator Tolentino. They'll be here on Monday. So if you want to reserve your speeches, we can do it on Monday so that they can hear your speeches rather than doing them today, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution Number 828, taking in consideration Senate Resolutions Number 829, 830, 831, 843, 847, 848, and 868. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Maybe ask the Secretary to read that back.
Secretary will read the title of the resolution without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution congratulating and commending Yumir Felix Marshall for honoring the country with an Olympic bronze medal at the men's middleweight boxing event of the 2020 Summer Olympics at the Kokugikan Arena in Tokyo, Japan on 5 August 2021.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I be recognized as the principal sponsor of the measure?
Yes, you are
Thank you very
recognized,
much, Mr.
Majority Leader.
To hasten the proceedings, I will just congratulate the distinguished gentleman, my fellow kababayan from Mindanao, Yumir Marshall. He, as you know, comes from Mindanao. And I would just like to insert into the records my sponsorship speech, Mr. President, to hasten our proceedings today. And maybe give a speech next week when the gentleman is around. So I would now like to recognize our other co-sponsors if they wish to give co-sponsorship speeches. We have here Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Bongo, Senator Tol Tolentino, Senator Lourdes Nancy Binay, Senator Manny Pacquiao, Senator Pia Cayetano and Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, if they want to give any speeches or just insert for the record and reserve for next week, Mr. President. Senator Bong Revilla would like to be.
Senator
recognized.
Bong Revilla is
Mr.
recognized.
President, I will just submit my sponsorship speech with the permission of the body.
All right,
Thank you.
the place on record, the
Thank you, Mr. President.
sponsorship speech of Senator Revilla.
And maybe, Mr. President, we can, if with the permission of the body, make all members of the Senate co-sponsor of the measure.
Co-sponsors.
Co-author.
All right,
Thank you very
without
much.
any objection, we place that on record.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move that we adopt Senate Resolution number 828, taking in consideration number 829, 830, 831, 843, 847, 848, and 868, subject to style, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 828 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. And I as well would, as I mentioned earlier, would just give to the Secretariat the copy of my sponsorship speech to be
Yes.
placed in the record. Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution numbers 833, taking in consideration number 834, 835, 842, 844, 846, 866, and 869. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the said resolutions are in order.
Mr. President, may we recognize the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution congratulating and commending Carlo Paalam for honoring the country with an Olympic silver medal at the men's boxing flyweight event of the 2020 Summer Olympics at the Kokugikan Arena in Tokyo, Japan on 7 August 2021.
Mr. President, may I be recognized once again to sponsor the measure.
Yes, the majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This particular boxer is close to the hearts of Senator Coco and myself, being that he's from Northern Mindanao, a true Northern Mindanaoan, born in Bukidnon in Talacag, and raised in Cagayan de Oro, Mr. President. Cagayan de Oro trains champions. We have a lot of champions that actually come from Cagayan de Oro. And Bukidnon has created champions, Mr. President, because Senator Manny Pacquiao is a son of Bukidnon. He's from my district, from Barangay Magsaysay in Kibawe, Bukidnon. I have a copy of his birth certificate, but he grew up in Sarangani, Mr. President. So we're proud of that. So if I may, to speed up the proceedings, that my sponsorship speech, Mr. President, be just submitted to the Secretariat and placed into the records.
All right,
Thank
we
you.
placed into the records and insert the sponsorship speech of the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is co-sponsored by Senator Bongo, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Toto Tolentino, Senator Lourdes Nancy Binay, Senator Manny Pacquiao, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. So,
As co-sponsors.
as
Yes.
co-sponsor.
Senator Cynthia Villar is raising his hand, her hand.
Want to make a manifestation that we all may be co-author of this resolution, all the resolutions, so we don't have to repeat it.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
President.
Without
Beat
any-
me to it.
Without
Magaling
The
siya
10
mag-sing.
resolutions, yes.
Without any objection, the manifestation of Senator Villar is carried.
Yes, Mr. President.
Uh,
It's an omnibus motion.
Co-sponsors.
Omnibus
for
motion
everybody.
that all members be made co-sponsors of the measure.
I just have one question I forgot to ask earlier.
Yes, sir.
What is the weight range of middleweight?
Of what, Mr. President?
Middleweight.
Middleweight.
Senator
Senator Pacquiao
Pacquiao.
would know, Mr. President.
Ano yung middleweight?
Arnisador po ako, siya po yung boxer.
Ang
Bronze
middleweight,
tayo.
Mr. President,
Oh.
is
Yeah.
160 pounds.
Ha? Mabigat pala, ano?
Yung laban ko kay Margarito, junior middleweight, 154 pounds.
Si Margarito, middleweight yun. And you won that crown, right?
Yes, junior middleweight, 154.
Oo. But, yun yung nasaktan ka, ayaw mo na ulit.
Sabi ko, ibigay na lang sa kanila. Never mind, go back to 147.
Sakit eh, no?
Masakit na yung suntok pag ano ka na.
Malalaki, mga 6-footer eh. Ako 5'7".
That's right. All right, all right. Okay, so middleweight, 160.
Yes, sir.
Ayun, okay.
Pero Carlo
So,
paalam, sir,
sino?
was a smaller weight.
So
Ito si
bronze yung ano
flyweight
natin.
po si Carlo.
Bronze yung middleweight. Kanina.
Yes,
Yeah,
si
okay.
Munir.
All right, thank
Si
you.
Umir.
Thank
So,
you for the
Mr. President,
information.
Mr. President, 157 to 160 and what middleweight.
157 to 160. Okay. All right, thank you, Senator Pacquiao.
So,
All
Mr.
right,
President,
Majority Leader.
with the motion that all members be made sponsors and co-sponsor and co-authors, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 833, taking consideration 834, 835, 842, 844, 846, 866, and 869, subject to stamps.
Any objection? Senator Richard Gordon is recognized. Senator Gordon,
bills
go ahead.
are, highlighting the accomplishment of our boxers and our athletes. Thank you very much, sir.
All right,
Thank you. We can do that, Mr. President, dear colleagues, Senators Gordon. On Monday, we can give a speech, each of us can give a speech for all the boxers on Monday when they're here. At least they know that we know their achievements and we credit them for all the hard work that they've done. But
All right.
today, we're
But
just approving the resolution.
You're
so we can prepare.
facilitating the proceedings by approving the resolution now,
Yes, sir.
so that they will be
So-
awarded on Monday.
Monday, we
All
can
right.
give them the printed resolution. So thank you very much, gentlemen. So I move, we adopt it already, Mr. President? We move
Yes,
to
the
adopt.
motion is to adopt. Any objection? Chair is done. PS Resolution 833, taking into consideration all the others mentioned by the Majority Leader, is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, my sponsorship speech used to be inserted in the records.
Yes, likewise, all the others
Yes, Mr.
who
President.
would wish to co-sponsor.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 813, as taking into consideration numbers 814, 815, 816, 818, 819, 821, 822, 823, as well as 825. I so move.
Any objection? There is none. PS Resolution 813. The consideration is in order.
Mr. President, we ask the Secretary to read. the title.
Secretary will read title of the measure without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution congratulating and commending Nesty Petesio for honoring the country with an Olympic silver medal at the women's featherweight boxing event of the 2020 Summer Olympics at the Kokikan Arena in Tokyo, Japan on 3 August 2021.
Mr. President, once again, if I may be recognized to sponsor the
Yes,
matter.
the Majority Leader.
Thank you, sir. We'll just insert to the records my privilege speech or the sponsorship speech. And on Monday, I'll just read an omnibus speech for all the winners. Once again, congratulations to Ma'am Nesty Petesio for a job well done in her fight in the Olympics. She really
right.
lifted our spirits when we needed them. So, Mr.
Thank you.
President,
Yes, so all the manifestation of Senator Villar is carried.
yes, Mr. President. So with that, I move to consider or adopt Senate Resolution number 813, taking in consideration all the rest, other Senate resolutions.
All right, any objection?
Subject to start.
Hearing none, PS Resolution 813, taking into consideration all the other resolutions mentioned by the Senate, the Majority Leader is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Resolution numbers 839, taking consideration 840, 854, and 863. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 839 is in order.
May we ask the Secretary once again?
Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice into inserting the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution recognizing and commending the 19 Philippine athlete delegates to the 2020 Tokyo Olympics that comprise the winningest Philippine Olympic contingent since joining the Olympics in 1924.
For the family. Thank you, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, may I recognize Senator Joel Villanueva.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be very short. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Pero bago po tayo magsimula sa ating sponsorship, Mr. President, nais ko lang pong ibahagi itong information that we just got today na yung ating pong Olympic bronze medalist na boksingero na si Leopoldo Serantes ay pumanaw ngayong umaga sa edad na 59. Siya po yung ating Olympic bronze medalist noong pong 1988 Seoul Olympics.
Wow.
We are deeply saddened by this news, and this representation would like to also to file a resolution consoling the bereaved family, Mr. President, in honoring him. Mr. President, I will no longer deliver a sponsorship speech, but instead just insert this into the records. We just want to again give honor to whom honor is due. Alam natin yung ginawa noong fighting 19 natin nitong Olympics, and we're very proud of them, and nakita natin na pag sinusuportahan ng gobyerno ang ating mga atleta, nagwawagi sila, nananalo sila, nagbibigay silang kasiyahan at kaligayahan sa ating buong bayan. Maraming salamat po, Binong
Thank
Pangulo.
you. All the senators are co-sponsors led by Senator Bong Revilla and Senator Manny Pacquiao. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join the good gentleman, Senator Joel Villanueva, in filing a resolution of recognition to Leopoldo Cervantes. Cerantes, Mr. President, former Olympian who passed away, to give him, the Senate give him an honor as well in this resolution. And yes, Mr. President, just a quick manifestation. The 19 athletes really did very well. Special mention to EJ Obiena, which we also happily, from UST, according to Senator Joel, who we so happily watched and cheered for and stopped session for, still coming out in the top 10, the highest, the highest I've ever seen in athletics for Filipino. And he just won silver yesterday. Yes, he just won silver. Mampia is right. You can
Yes.
recognize Mampia.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Yes, I just wanted to point out, because the majority floor leader was reliving our joy, with the Senate President in watching EJ Obiena in the Olympics. But let's rejoice with him that he now won a silver medal, besting his performance in the Olympics and setting a new Philippine record and
Right.
finishing silver overall. If I'm not mistaken, yung nanalo is I think medalist also in the Olympians in the Olympics, pero yung mga tinalo niya talagang tinatalo niya. So let's continue to support him for his endeavors in the next Olympics.
Yes, Mr. President, just to add to that information, the one who won that gold medal in Paris was the gold medal winner in the Olympics. He's the best. And he only, maliit lang yung agwat nila. I believe 5.91 meters ang jump ni EJ Obiena that earned him the second place silver medal. And the winner was 6.1 meters. So 0.2 meter lang ang talagang agwat nila. So this boy will go a long way. Batang-bata pa yan, I'm sure he'll go a long way. So, and also, of course, si Carlos Yulo, na super galing, Mr. President, kumuntik na mag-bronze at nakita naman natin kung gaano kagaling ng batang yan. So I'm sure he'll go a long way as well. So this resolution is a perfect recognition of all their efforts. So I move, Mr. President, that we adopt Senate Resolution number 839, taking consideration 840, 854, and 863, subject to style, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 839, taking into consideration the other resolutions mentioned by the Majority Leader, so adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I move that we consider proposed resolution number 836, taking consideration Senate Resolutions 850 and 870.
Any objection? Hearing none, the PS Resolution 836 consideration is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. As your main sponsor, Mr. President, I would just submit for the record the sponsorship speech, but we'd like to recognize Senator
Wait.
Loping Lacson, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
but well, before we do that, just for the record, the Secretary will read the title of the.
Oh, my apologies.
And
My
the
apologies.
reason, just for those who are watching the FB streaming of the Senate, they'll be wondering why I keep on saying that without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of said resolution is because we're supposed to read the resolution in its entirety.
Yes,
But if we do that, it'll take us the whole day.
yes.
So that's the reason that I always say that because baka mamaya may mga rules people na biglang tanungin ba't hindi natin binabasa yung buong resolution.
Mahahaba po ang mga resolution. It would have
Correct.
taken us 24 hours if we do that every day.
Correct. So, Secretary will read the title of the resolution without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine Olympic Committee on leading the Philippine delegation to a historic haul of 4 medals in the 2020 Summer Olympics held in Tokyo, Japan from 23 July 2021 to 8 August 2021.
All right.
Once again, Mr. President, my sponsorship of this measure will just be inserted to the records. Particularly, we'd like to congratulate, before we recognize Senator Lacson, we just like to congratulate all the members of the POC family that had delivered by producing athletes for the Olympics. And particularly special mention, and I'm sure the sponsorship of Senator Lacson will be focused on that. Our president, because I'm a member of the POC family, Mr. President, I had the Philippine Eskrima Kali Arnis Federation. So I am an NOC, and our father in the POC is no other than Bambol, Congressman Bambol Tolentino. He's my president. We'd like to congratulate him together with the chairman, Steve Ontiveros of the POC and the whole POC family. Thank you very much. May we recognize now Senator Panfilo Pinglas.
Yes, the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, distinguished Majority Leader. Being a Caviteño, I think I owe it to my kababayan to personally deliver this sponsorship speech. Mr. President, in times like this, when the scale of daily bad news has almost rendered positive things few and far between, it is truly a breath of fresh air to hear stories of hope and success as that of our Filipino athletes' victory in the recently concluded Tokyo Olympics 2020. Without taking away anything away from our athletes who have given their all in making sports history and bringing pride to our nation, this representation wishes to also give credit to a leader whose actions inspired and empowered his people to dream more and do more. Mr. President, I speak of no less than Cavite 8th District Representative Abraham Bambol Tolentino, who has worn yet another challenging hat after having been elected as president of the Philippine Olympic Committee in 2019. As soon as he took office, Representative Tolentino hit the ground running to advance the welfare of our national team. For 2021, he outlined 3 major goals, one of which being to win the Philippines' first Olympic gold medal since 1924 in the Tokyo Olympics. Despite the challenges brought about by the novel coronavirus, Representative Tolentino showed his resilient leadership and profound care for the welfare of our athletes by pushing for the appropriation of funds in the 2021 national budget to bolster the training of our national athletes. In his capacity as a legislator, he likewise introduced a 180 million peso allocation in the Bayanihan to Recover as one act to benefit the athletes and coaches belonging to the national team, which include allowances and pandemic assistance. Mr. President, history has been made as our athletes were able to bring home our first Olympic gold medal together with 2 silver medals and 1 bronze cross medal, thus becoming the most successful Philippine delegation in the Olympic Games. And in this regard, we would like to express our deepest thanks to the man whose guidance and leadership led to our country being the best performing country in Southeast Asia in this year's Tokyo Olympics, ending Thailand's 4th Olympic reign in the Southeast Asian region. For this and many other unspoken reasons, Representative Bambol Tolentino deserves no less but our snappy salute. Having said all that, this representation humbly requests the support of our colleagues for the adoption of Senate Resolution 850. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. What does the Majority Leader say?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. President. I second the motion of our distinguished colleague from Cavite, Senator Panfilo Lacson. He not only delivered the gold medal, Mr. President, in this Olympics, But we also garnered the highest number of medals in the Southeast Asian Games, Mr. President, almost 200, I think. We had a medal haul like no other. We've never had that kind of
Yes.
result. So,
Yes.
Mr. President, we have to give credit where credit is due.
Yes.
And
It's
therefore,
due recognition to my worshipful brother, Bambol
yes, Mr.
Tolentino.
President, magaling siya. He's the new guard now of the POC, and they really delivered results. Therefore, Mr. President, I move that we adopt Senate Resolution number 836. Again, following the omnibus motion of Senator Villar, all members are authors of this measure, taking consideration 850 and 870. I so
Any objection? Hearing none.
subject to style.
PS Resolution 836, taking into consideration 850 and 870 is adopted, subject to style.
Mr. President, may I make I'd say not an amendment, but a request from the Secretariat, because the resolution that I passed or I filed is for the Philippine Olympic Committee. The resolution that was filed by Senator Lacson was on Congressman Bambol Tolentino, focusing on Congressman Bambol Tolentino. When we adopt all the measures, that we come up with the whereas clauses, at least a whereas clause honoring the POC president, so that we can highlight in the resolution the
All right.
achievement of the POC
That
president.
can be covered by the subject to style. Anyway,
Yes.
you are the chairman of the Committee on Rules. You can
Thank you, Mr. President.
direct that
We'll do that.
particular point.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President, moving forward, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 837, taking into consideration number 871. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. PS Resolution 837's consideration is in order.
You asked the
Secretary,
Secretary,
yes, the Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine Sports Commission on leading the Philippine delegation to a historic haul of 4 medals in the 2020 Summer Olympics held in Tokyo, Japan from 23 July 2021 to August 8, 2021.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President. If I may be recognized to quickly
Yes.
sponsor the measure.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Again, once again, I just will request the Secretary to put into the records my privilege for the sponsorship speech of this measure. But I'd just like to put on record that indeed, when it comes to Olympic sports, the National Olympic Committee, the NOCs, or the different NOCs of the country, take the lead in the training of their athletes. But it's the PSC, Mr. President, and we have to give due consideration to the Philippine Sports Commission, who gives the allowances, the monthly allowances, and the training areas, the equipment. Gobyerno na nagbabayad yan, Mr. President. So I'd like to give credit also to Chairman Butch Ramirez, who's such an amiable and such a friendly and I'd say efficient chairman of the Philippine Sports Commission for a job well done in assisting our athletes as well. Although with online, sometimes we hear stories about kakulangan ng pondo, but this time the PSC tried their best to be able to deliver the necessary funds. But of course, with help from the private sector, who really gave tremendous support to our athletes. So, Mr. President, with that, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 837, taking into consideration number 871, and again, all members made co-sponsors and co-authors of the measure.
Yes. Before we act on the measure, let me just place on record also the fact that what you mentioned is accurate, especially as far as the PSC is concerned. But lately, there has been a setback of some kind. The Philippine Bowling Federation has not, was given by the Philippine Sports Commission training programs, funding for the training programs. But it's pending in the office of the Executive Secretary. It's not moving.
Okay.
So the PSC has done its job, but there is a blockage somewhere. Anyway.
Na FLR din ba yan, Mr. President?
Parang ganun.
Na FLR din.
Any objections? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 837, taking into consideration 871 is hereby adopted, subject to staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So pati sports pala na for later release na
Oo.
FLR. Kawawa naman sports. Mr. President, I move that we, okay, before we do that, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President? Just a 1 minute.
Session suspended.
Why do you want to suspend? Thank you, Mr. President. The next item on the agenda are the 4 medals of excellence to be given to our distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, this will be the first time that we'll be voting for the proposed medals. We already approved the resolution creating the medals. We're still, me together with the minority floor leader and several of our colleagues are still prepping up the rules. But we had agreed that we will fast track for these 4 athletes, Mr. President, as we agreed that these medal winners from the Olympics shall be given the Olympic Medal of Excellence. So, Mr. President, I will take it up like a resolution. I will adopt the resolution with all members as co-authors and co-sponsors. And if there will be no objection, Mr. President, by our colleagues, that means it's a unanimous vote to speed up.
Yes, and that is part of what we agreed
Yes.
at the time that we passed this this resolution creating the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence.
That is correct,
All
Mr.
right.
President. With the, of course, with the inputs coming from our distinguished minority floor leader. So, Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 876. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of 876 in order.
May we ask the
Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice into the records, the text of the said resolution.
Resolution conferring the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to the 2020 Tokyo Olympic medalist Yumir Marshall.
May we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Mr. President, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa, Bato De La Rosa, gentleman from Davao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I once again stand before you today to sponsor Senate Resolution number 876, which confers the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to our 2020 Tokyo Olympic medalist, Yumir Marshall. Through Senate Resolution numbers 781, we established the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to be bestowed and conferred upon outstanding Filipinos who have excelled in their field of expertise and have set the highest standard of excellence, nationalism, and virtue that Filipinos can aspire for. It is with pride and honor to recognize Yumir Marshall as one of the exemplary athletes who faced the world and showed what a heart of Filipino competitor is: passionate, persevering, always determined and resilient. Yomer has already won numerous boxing fights, but his recent bout in the Olympics so far is the highest among all his fights. It was rewarding not only for him, but most especially to our country. A single moment is all it takes to give us a convincing victory that will forever be written in history. It is with high regard and admiration to award Yomer Marcial the Senate Medal of Excellence for his outstanding performance in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics that inspired and brought pride to the entire Filipino nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to approve proposed Senate Resolution number 876, Mr. President, with all members as co-author and co-sponsor of the said resolution.
All right.
Subject.
Any objection? Hearing none, having 22 members of the Senate physically present, both virtually and physically present, therefore a unanimous vote on proposed Senate Resolution 876, subject to style, is adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 878.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 878 in order.
May we ask the Secretary to read the
The Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution conferring the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to 2020 Tokyo Olympic silver medalist Carlo Paalam.
May I sponsor the measure, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm overjoyed to be honoring my kababayan from Talakag, Bukidnon, as he was born in this beautiful town of Talakag. The gentleman, Mr. Carlo Paalam, with the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence for bringing home the Olympic silver medal for the men's boxing flyweight event at the Tokyo Olympics. Sobra po kaming proud ng buong bansa kay Carlo, lalo na kami mga taga Northern Mindanao. Kasama ko po dyan si Senator Coco Pimentel, na 23 years old pa lang, pero ang dami na niyang napagdaanan at napatagumpayan. Hindi naging madali ang landas ni Carlo patungo sa kanyang Olympic medal, Mr. President. Bata pa lang po siya, nangangalakal po siya ng mga bote at plastic para makatulong sa kanyang pamilya. At nung 9 years old siya, napasubo siya na makipag-boxing sa anak ng kanyang kapitbahay na ang premyo noon ay isang boteng Coca-Cola. At siya po ang nanalo sa boteng Coca-Cola ng araw na yon. Nagpursigi si Carlo Paalam sa boxing dahil mas malaki po ang pera dito kaysa pangangalakal. Mula sa amateur na mga kalaban sa isang plaza sa Cagayan de Oro City, unti-unti siyang humakot ng mga tagumpay hanggang lumalaban na siya sa mga international events. At ngayon, imbis na bote ng Coca-Cola ang inuuwi niya, Olympic silver medal na ang kanyang tagumpay. Watching Carlos' Olympic journey was a real thrill. Every punch held fire and passion. He is an excellent boxer and an even better sportsman. Noon pong nanalo siya sa kay Galal Yafai ng Britain bilang gold medal. Nung nanalo si Galal Yafai ng Britain ng gold medal, nakakatuwang makita ko paano lumapit si Carlos sa kanya para yakapin at i-congratulate siya. Para ipakita talaga na kanyang gentlemanly demeanor in sports. Ang saya ng ngiti ni Carlo, walang sama na loob, a true sportsman, Mr. President. And that's the true Olympic spirit. With this Senate Medal of Excellence, kinikilala natin hindi lang ang galing at puso ni Carlo sa ring, kundi sa kanyang kwento ng tagumpay na talaga pong nakaka-inspire. Ang sabi nga po niya, Mr. President, dati kanyang hinahanap sa mga basurahan ay mga aluminum, tansan, mga kung ano-ano, mga bakal, na yun po ang nakuha niya isang silver medal. At kumutik pa magka-gold. And I'm sure in the next Olympic Games, he will have a strong chance of winning the gold. patunay po na si Carlo patunay na si Carlo ay nagsasabi mismo na walang imposible kung ang isang tao ay may puso, sipag at dedikasyon. You have made the country proud, Carlo, lalo na yung mga kababayan sa Mindanao. Maraming salamat sa iyo. Saludo po kami sa iyo at patuloy kaming susuporta sa anumang laban na haharapin mo in the future. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, once again, I move that the proposed Senate Resolution number 878 be adopted with all members as co-author and co-sponsor of the said measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, PS Resolution 878 is unanimously adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed resolution number 875.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 875 is in order.
Resolution conferring the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to Nesty Petesio.
All right, the
Mr. Pre-
text of the said resolution will be inserted. The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize to sponsor the said Medal of Excellence resolution, the sponsor, Senator Francis Stoll Tolentino.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized. Kamunti ko sabihin Arturo.
Tolentino.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong
Flashback.
Pangulo.
Flashback.
Maraming
Grabe.
Ginoong Pangulo, sa aking mga pinagpipitaganan kasama sa Senado, magandang hapon po. Karangalan kong isulong ngayon ang Senate Resolution 875 na naggagawad ng Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence kay Nesty Petesio. Nakamit ni Nesty ang silver medal sa Women's Featherweight Division sa boxing noong nakaraang Tokyo Olympics. Si Nesty Petesio po ay mula sa Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur, ang kauna-unahang boksingerang Pilipino na nanalo ng medalya sa Olympics. Nakilala ko po ng personal, mahal na Pangulo, si Nesty Petesio sa Jakarta, Indonesia noong 2018. Bagamat natalo po siya noon, ang sabi ko po kay Nesty ay ituloy lang po niya yung ginagawa niyang pagsasanay at mananalo rin siya. Lumaki po siya sa hirap, napagtagumpayan ni Nesty ang lahat ng hamon sa buhay upang maging isang world-class athlete. Kasama siya sa pangkat ng mga Pilipinong atleta na nagbigay ng pinakamaraming medalya sa Pilipinas mula nang sumali tayo sa Olympics noong 1924. Sa pagkapanalo ng silver medal sa Tokyo Olympics at sa pinakita niyang pananalig sa Diyos, sipag, dedikasyon sa kanyang larangan at tapang sa kabila ng mga hamon sa kanya, nagbigay ng karangalan at katanyagan si Nesty Petesio sa Republika ng Pilipinas at sa sambayanang Pilipino. Isa siyang mabuting ehemplo sa ating mga kabataan at sa ating bayan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Another well-deserved honor to be given to our silver medalist winner, Nesty Petesio. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 875, and all members be made co-author of the said measure, co-sponsors, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 875 is unanimously adopted, subject to style.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And finally, Mr. President, last but not the least, Mr. President, the gold medal winner of the Olympic Games. I move, Mr. President, that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 882. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 882 is in order. The Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution conferring the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to 2020 Tokyo Olympic gold medalist Heidelin Diaz.
Mr. President, we'll have to ask for a presiding officer, Mr. President. if you-
No, it's, I was planning to insert into the records my sponsorship. And then it's very short but very meaningful. And I will just read it on Monday.
Monday, yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
I will
Thank you, Mr.
read it for
President.
the record on Monday.
Because the sponsor of this measure is no other than the Senate President. So,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President, with that, you can, we will
Mm.
definitely recognize you, Mr. President, before you give her the medal on Monday.
Mm.
So, thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 882, subject to style, with all members as co-authors and co-sponsors.
Co-authors and co-sponsors. Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 882 is unanimously adopted, subject to style.
Thank you very much to our distinguished medal winners. For the record, Mr. President, this is historic. They are the first four that will receive, for the first time in the history of the Philippine Senate, a Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence. So congratulations to them. Moving forward, my dear colleagues, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 2368.
Any objection? Hearing none. So transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2368.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of 2368 is in order.
May we recognize to sponsor the measure, or may we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary, will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2368, an act providing for the revised charter of the Philippine Veterans Bank, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 3518 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize to sponsor the measure, the distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Banks, Senator and Financial Institutions, Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe, Chairman of the Committee on Banks. The distinguished lady from Pangasinan, San Juan, Metro Manila, Negros, Iloilo, and Mindanao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. What I'm about to sponsor is perhaps not as exciting as the resolutions that we sponsored earlier. Nonetheless, it is quite important because it will help thousands of our veterans. It is my honor to present to the body a measure that will pay tribute to our heroic veterans and advance the constitutional mandate of providing immediate and adequate care, benefits, and other forms of assistance to our war veterans and their surviving spouses and orphans. The proposed bill intends to institute a revised charter for the Philippine Veterans Bank, repealing for the purpose its original charter under Republic Act number 3518 as amended. As it was created way back in 1963 under Republic Act number 3518 and was last rehabilitated in 1992 under Republic Act number 7169, it is only timely that their charter be revised to reflect the changes which happened during the half a century of its existence. As confirmed by the Supreme Court, the Philippine Veterans Bank is a private commercial bank with Filipino veterans as its owners and financial stakeholders. Thus, in order to secure the future viability of the bank, as well as to ensure its continuing contribution to the welfare of our veterans, we have included in this revised charter the following definitive features. First, the bank's place of business has been changed from Manila to its now current address at Makati City. Second, its capitalization is increased from 100 million pesos divided into 510,000 common shares and 490,000 preferred shares to 10 billion pesos divided into 75,000 common shares and 75 million common shares and 25 million preferred shares. This is to ensure that PVB's long-term viability, as well as to align its capitalization with the minimum level prescribed by the BSP for private commercial banks. Additionally, in keeping with its nature as a private commercial bank, the board and its stockholders are permitted to increase the authorized capital stock. Third, in order to assist the bank in raising capital while ensuring that the control thereof will always remain with the veterans, shares are now open to non-veterans provided that the majority of both common and preferred shares still belong to veterans. The previous 20 share limitation for each veteran or dependent has also been lifted. Fourth, in recognition of our post-World War II veterans and soldiers who have likewise dedicated their lives in patriotic service to our country, the entitled veterans under the proposed bill now include post-World War II veterans as defined under Republic Act number 6948 as amended. Fifth, many of the bank's internal structure and powers have been realigned to follow the revised Corporation Code, the General Banking Act, and other pertinent laws and regulations. This is consistent with the Philippine Veterans Bank being a private commercial bank, which at all times should be compliant with the relevant laws on the matter. Six, there shall be a more methodical and stricter guideline for the distribution of the net profits of the bank. What goes to the reserve account, the dividends that will be distributed, the board of trustees, and the remaining amount that can be managed by the board of directors. This, of course, in line with the restrictions found under the revised corporation code, and is also to ensure that the veteran stakeholders and their heirs, who are the core beneficiaries of the bank, are able to enjoy whatever profit the bank will earn. Seventh, we ensure the safeguards are in place. Mas magiging strict dito. The Board of Trustees shall render an accounting and shall also be audited annually by a reputable external auditing firm. The thrust of the bank is to promote the welfare of the veterans, kaya dapat lang na ang perang nakalaan para sa mga veterano ay well accounted for. Eighth, the bank's legal existence, which was previously set at 50 years under the original charter, is now set to be perpetual in conformity with the revised corporation code. 9. The penalties for specific violations have been updated in keeping with the times. Finally, the repealing clause of the bill makes it clear that the old charter has been repealed. Ultimately, the revisions are all for ensuring that the benefits veterans and their heirs deserve will be there for generations to come. Fellow senators, we are called to recognize the valor and heroism of our veterans and soldiers through this proposed measure. It is my honor to endorse to this chamber for deliberation Senate Bill number 2368 under Committee Report number 288. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader,
Mr. President, may I also co-sponsor the measure?
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in recognition of the patriotic services of our Filipino war veterans, as well as all retired military personnel, it is my pleasure to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2368 under Committee Report number 288, which introduces amendments to the Charter of the Philippine Veterans Bank. The bill proposes to increase the capitalization of the Philippine Veterans Bank from 100 million pesos to 1 billion pesos, and authority is further given to the Board of Directors and stockholders without the need of congressional action to increase the authorized capital stock of the Philippine Veterans Bank and to provide the features of preferred shares subject to pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. The expansion of the equity stock will not only increase the bank's future viability, but more importantly, it will allow the bank to have adequate resources necessary in order to extend the services and benefits to war veterans and retired military personnel who provide financial products and services to the Filipinos in general. Our veterans and military personnel have risked and continue to risk life and limb for our country and our people. Their price of sacrifice cannot truly be repaid, but this amendment to the Charter of the Philippine Veterans Bank will at the very least allow us to serve our veterans and military personnel, Mr. President, better in their retirement and in gratitude for all that they have done for the country. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and also join the good chairperson of the committee to push for this measure, Mr. President, hopefully approved on third reading. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you. I move to suspend consideration of the same to allow our colleagues to study the measure further. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, moving forward, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders, Senate Bill number 2369 under Committee Report number 289.
Any objection? Hearing none, transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2369, an act instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
may we recognize our distinguished colleague, the Chairman of the Committee of Labor and Employment, coming from the great province of Bulacan, no other than Senator Joel Villanueva.
The gentleman from Bulacan is recognized, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I am greatly honored to sponsor a bill that will benefit more than 1 million Filipino seafarers. Parte po ito ng ating advokasya sa Senado na palawigin ang pagbibigay ng mabisa at agarang proteksyon sa ating mga kababayang OFWs. Senate Bill number 2369 under Committee Report number 289, or an act instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, is a consolidation of 7 Senate bills which were filed by Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, and this representation, and Senator Francis Valentino. Mr. President, this piece of legislation protects the rights of all men and women Filipino seafarers and recognizes their significant contributions to national progress, pride, and economic stability. This measure also recognizes ship owners, maritime higher education institutions, and licensed manning agencies as partners in ensuring the rights of seafarers, as found in Section 2 of this measure. More importantly, Mr. President, the proposed Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers aims at fulfilling standards set by international conventions and agreements regarding the working and living conditions and occupational safety and health of seafarers. One of those conventions is the Maritime Labor Convention of 2006, which the Philippines ratified on August 20, 2012. This measure is addressed to all Filipino seafarers on board Philippine or foreign registered ships. However, the proposed act does not cover those who work in warships, Coast Guard vessels, and other government vessels. Ang panukalang batas pong ito ay para sa lahat ng Filipino seafarers na nasa iba't ibang time zones ngayon, saan mang karagatan sa buong mundo. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa kanila sapagkat we know for a fact, Mr. President, that right now, most of them are listening and attentively watching our FB Live. Mr. President, where there is a sea, there will always be a Filipino seafarer. The Philippines belong to the top 5 countries with the highest numbers of seafarers in 2015. Prior to the pandemic, from 2016 to 19, we deployed almost 500,000 seafarers every year, with the highest number in 2018, wherein we have 482,383 Filipino seafarers deployed worldwide. We are next to China as the largest supplier of seafarers. But while China dominates the supply of officers, the Philippines tops the supply of 4 ratings, Mr. President. When I was at TESDA, we envisioned that the Philippine maritime industry would dominate the market by supplying 50% of the world's marine fleet by 2016. But getting the top spot for the Philippines, barko sa lahat ng ating mga dalampasigan. Hindi nakapagtataka, Ginoong Pangulo, marami sa ating mga kabataan ang kumukuha ng maritime courses sapagkat nasa dugong Pilipino ang pagkamandaragat. The ever-increasing demands for Filipino seafarers also gave rise to the more than 230 maritime education and training institutions, or METIs, that provide education and training to aspiring seafarers and for careers in the maritime industry. It must be noted that the statistics of CHED, on the number of maritime students enrolled average at around 123,000 enrollees per year from 2010 to 19. Well, the number of graduates per year is at an average around 20,000 graduates, Mr. President. Again, as a former TESDA head, I believe that seafaring is one of the most sustainable occupations in the country because of our shipping knowledge, Mr. President. Nagkaroon po ng magandang buhay ang halos lahat ng mga kakilala ko, Ginoong Pangulo, na TechVoc graduates na sumampa ng barko. Matibay din po ang ating paniniwala, muling babalik ang sigla ng turismo sa paghupa ng pandemya. Kaya't iba yung tataas ang demand para sa husay ng Pilipinong mandaragat. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, Section 7 of our proposed Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers provides for the continuous educational advancement and training of all seafarers, especially women, at reasonable and affordable costs. This representation notes that Marina recorded 73,027 women seafarers with issued seafarers identification and record book as of December 2018. We want to find ways, Mr. President, to encourage seafarers, especially women seafarers, to have opportunities for upskilling. Dumako naman po tayo sa usaping remittances. Bago po tumama ang pandemya, Ginoong Pangulo, noong March 2020, umaabot po sa 6 na bilyong dolyar kada taon ang remittances ng mga Pinoy seafarers. Sa bawat $100 na pinapadala ng Pinoy OFWs, 20 dolyar ang galing sa pawis at sakripisyo ng ating mga mandaragat. In 2019, before the pandemic, we had 469,996 seafarers deployed worldwide. These maritime professionals remit a whopping $5.8 billion annually, contributing to the growth of the Philippine economy. Ang supply at demand ay nakasalalay sa shipping industry. Mapipilay po ang ekonomiya ng buong mundo kapag sabay-sabay na bumaba ng barko ang mga Pilipino. Mr. President, given the size of the country's maritime sector and its substantial economic impact, our seafarers deserve the right to just employment terms, decent working conditions, and dignified living environments, including medical care, rest periods, among others. Mr. President, marami pong pangarap ang naisakatuparan dahil sa mga kababayan nating nagbabarko. Hindi marap na maging sugal, Ginoong Pangulo, ang pagsampa nila sa barko. Dapat sigurado ang lahat nilang mga benepisyo. That's why Section 8 of this measure stipulates that the right of Filipino seafarers to complete information on the exigencies of port engagement. Moreover, in Section 25, it prescribes that the seafarer receives a standard employment contract. Tingnan naman po natin ang epekto ng COVID, Ginoong Pangulo, sa ating mga seafarers. Mr. President, the coronavirus pandemic puts the need for the Magna Carta for seafarers in the spotlight. The number of deployed Filipino seafarers in 2020 was almost cut in half by 54%, Mr. President, from 469,996 seafarers in the year 2019 to 217,223 seafarers. The number of repatriated seafarers from cruise ships, oil tankers, and other bulk vessels is likewise record high. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have been seeing the daily arrival of chartered flights carrying thousands of our seafarers. Many of them have only been on board their ships for weeks when the pandemic struck. They had no choice but to come home, uncertain when they will get a call again to work. Because of the above reason, Mr. President, we devoted the entire chapter to medical care and maritime occupational safety and health standards, Chapter 9 of this measure. Likewise, the bill grants protection of seafarers from pandemics, including the provision of personal protective supplies and equipment. Bukod po sa health and safety, malaki po ang maitutulong ng Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers para tulungan ang mga marinong natetenga bago muling makasampa ng barko. Halimbawa po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang kababayan po nating si Fred, naglalayag po ang sinasakyan nilang cargo vessel sa Europa na magsimula ang pandemya. Halos nakulong po sila sa loob ng barko ng ilang buwan bago sila nakauwi sa Pilipinas nito lamang Enero 2021. Mahigit kalahating taon na po silang Mahigit kalahating taon na po mula nang makabalik si Fred at ang kanyang mga kasamahan sa Pilipinas. At alam naman po natin na kapag walang biyahe, ang ating mga marino, wala din po silang kita. The entire Chapter 12, this measure, stipulates on repatriation of Filipino seafarers, Mr. President. Committee report indicates that the ship owner or the training agency concerned shall shoulder all costs related to the repatriation, including basic pay and allowances. How can our seafarers not deserve a Magna Carta amid the pandemic, Mr. President? Ang malaking alon, mga pirata, mabigat na trabaho sa barko, matinding kalungkutan ng mapalayo sa pamilya, at ang risks ng exposure sa virus ay ilan lamang po sa mga sakripisyo ng mga Pinoy seafarer. Some time ago, a Filipino ship captain was asked to describe the word and profession seafarer. This was what he said, and I quote, "I guess the seafaring profession is quite a unique one compared to other sources of income. The seafarer has to make the sacrifice to be away from home, family, and friends. There are large burdens to be dealt with, and the most critical one is called loneliness. He has to live and work daily in an isolated and limited space, seeing the same faces every time he wakes up in the morning, all during his contract." I quote. Mr. President, the average period at sea for the ordinary seaman is 9 months per year. And thus they are home only 2-3 months a year, Mr. President. The life of a seafarer is also like the waves of the ocean, which come and go. It is a cycle that affects them, their family, and their children. Sa kabila po ng lahat, Ginoong Pangulo, darating at darating ang panahong hindi nasasampa ng barko ang isang seafarer sa iba't ibang kadahilanan. And that's why we devoted the entire Chapter 13 for reintegration services that will cover the different dimensions of support needed by the seafarer. That is in Section 22 of our committee report. Madalas, panghimok ng mga maritime schools sa mga kabataan para mag-enroll sa kanila ay yung parang may free ride ka as you tour the world. Kaya nga, pagmamalaki ng isang Pinoy seaman, in just 6 years, from 2014 to the present, nalibot na raw niya ang 150 countries. But seeing the world for free is not free from meeting a world of possibilities that include situations where abuses, depression, illness, and even death can happen. Mr. President, the bill adds more teeth and provides greater protection to seafarers, especially women cadets, to the adoption of an anti-harassment, anti-bullying, and anti-discrimination policies on board ship. Mr. President, the Magna Carta of seafarers has been a long time coming. It's a fulfillment of the Philippines' obligations under the Maritime Labor Convention of 2006. Once enacted, the Philippines will be among the first countries in the world to have a domestic law which has special provisions concerning the plight of women seafarers. Mr. President, there's no better time to pass a Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers than now, as 2021 is chosen by the International Maritime Organization as a year of action for seafarers who are facing unprecedented hardship due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ang Magna Carta po of Filipino seafarers ang magsisilbing angkla para sa dekalidad na training, matatag na trabaho, at magandang kinabukasan ng mga Pinoy seafarers, kanilang pamilya, at ng ating minamahal na bansa. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at may God bless us all.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Go ahead.
May I be recognized as President to deliver?
Yes, the Majority Leader and then Senator Pacquiao.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, magandang hapon po. At it's an honor and privilege to co-sponsor Committee Report number 289 on Senate Bill number 2369 or the Magna Carta for Filipino Seafarers. Walang duda ng ating mga Pilipinong manlalayag o seafarers ay isa sa mga pinaka-in-demand sa maritime industry sa buong mundo. Owing to their skill, unparalleled work ethic, and their characteristic workplace personality, ayon sa Department of Labor, about a quarter of the seafarers in the world come from the Philippines. Isang patunay na sa halaga ng ating mga seafarers sa industriya. Noong 2019, ang ating mga Filipino seafarers ay nakapag-remit ng humigit kumulang sa 6 billion US dollars sa Pilipinas or 325 billion pesos sa kasalukuyang foreign exchange. Even and especially when the world was shaken by COVID-19 pandemic, the maritime industry has kept the world economy afloat. This measure seeks to protect the welfare and safety of our seafarers by establishing the rights and responsibilities, as well as the duties and obligations of the employers and concerned government agencies. It provides for the standards of ensuring the health, well-being, security of our seafarers that should be protected at all times. We're also proposing to bring together in one place multiple offices and agencies involved in providing services to seafarers para madali para sa kanila ang maglakad at mag-ayos ng kanilang mga dokumento, lisensya, permit, and clearances. We place policies and mechanisms that in the event of a pandemic or in a pandemic while in transit and in case of the need to repatriate stranded seafarers. Habang patuloy na kumakayod ang ating mga seafarers to keep the economy of the world alive in the midst of this pandemic, it is only right, Mr. President, that we provide them with the best protection and services that we could give. In view of this foregoing, I urge our colleagues for the immediate passage of this measure. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po ang ating mga Filipino seafarers. Mr. President, also to sponsor the measure in the list, we have Senator Bong Revilla, but I believe Senator Revilla would just like to, he mentioned yesterday to insert to the records the contents of his sponsorship speech. Moving forward, Mr. President, we have in the list Senator, although you recognize Senator Manny Pacquiao, Mr. President, is he also going to sponsor the measure? Mr.
Yes, he was raising his hand before
Okay. May you recognize Senator Manny Pacquiao, then afterwards Senator Angara.
Senator Manny Pacquiao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. With the permission of the good sponsor, the gentleman from Bulacan, Senator Joel Villanueva, I would like to manifest my full support as co-author and co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2369 under Committee Report number 289, an act instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. Our seafarers are among our modern-day heroes. Their dreams and aspirations remain steadfast amid the extraordinary times. Our seafarers are tough and resilient people who go through difficult times that test their character and competence. They need all the help they can get from our government as they navigate through the challenging seas of seafaring. Mr. President, we're one in manifesting our commitment to uphold the rights of our seafarers. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you to our people's champ, Senator Manny Pacquiao. It would be an honor to be a co-sponsor of the measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving forward, we'd like to recognize Senator Sonny Angara.
Senator Sani Angara, gentleman from Aurora, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Ako po'y nagagalak na tumayo para suportahan ang aking seatmate, ang chairman na napakasipag ng ating Labor Committee, si Senator Joel Villanueva, at no less than our Majority Leader at magsilbing kanilang co-sponsor sa kanilang panukalang batas, Senate Bill 2369 o ang Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. Ilang beses na rin po natin inihahain ang panukalang ito dahil napakahalaga nga, sabi nila, ang ambag ng ating mga marino sa ating bansa, kung kaya't nararapat lamang na palawigin natin palalo ang kanilang mga karapatan at paigtingin ang mga proteksyon na binibigay sa kanila sa ilalim ng ating batas. Kaya natutuwa po tayo dito sa committee report na pinagsipagan po ng ating kaibigan, Senator Joel, dahil napakaraming karapatan na binibigyang buhay po dito. Yung right to just terms and conditions of work, the right to self-organization, to engage in collective bargaining, participate in democratic exercises, as well as a right to consultation, the right to education advancement and training at reasonable cost, the right to information of a seafarer's family or next of kin, the right to communication, the right to safe passage and safe travel, the right against discrimination, the right to be protected against forms of harassment and bullying, the right to a record of or employment of certificate of employment, the right to fair treatment in the event of a maritime accident, and the right to free legal representation. Napakarami po, napakahalaga po sa ating napakalaki at mahalagang sektor ng ating bansa. Bukod po, Mr. President, sa pagtatalaga ng mga karapatan, inilalahad din po ng Magna Carta ang iba't ibang benepisyo at minimum requirements at standards for employment na dapat matanggap ng ating mga marino. At malinaw din po na kasama dito ang compulsory benefits like decent accommodation, sanitation, recreation, food facilities, among others. At natutuwa rin po tayo dahil this Senate or the Senate has in the past passed many measures to uphold the rights of our OFWs as well as our seafarers. Mr. President, just a few years ago, we passed the Balikbayan Box Act provision under the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, which gave a tax-free benefit of 150,000 to our OFWs and seafarers in the amount of 150,000 when the previous exemption or tax exemption was only 10,000 pesos. Mr. President, pangalawa po, dito sa OWA Charter natin, sinalang-alang din po ng Senado ang karapatan po ng mga seafarers dahil nabigyan po sila ng representation po dito sa governing board ng OWA or Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, which was not available to them previous to the passage of that law. And we also passed the Seafarers Protection Act, Mr. President, kung saan nilimitahan po natin yung attorney's fees na makaklaim po ng mga abogado na mag-represent po sa mga seafarers sapagkat dahil meron na pong convention for the protection of seafarers, their entitlements in case of injuries, in case of death are fairly clear-cut. And there is experience shows that there was a tendency for them to be taken advantage of by unscrupulous members of our profession, to be, I'm sorry to say. So definitely this piece of proposed legislation continues in that tradition to help our seafarers. And modesty aside, we were the principal sponsor of those three measures, Mr. President. And again, I'd like to thank again our very hardworking chair of the Committee on Labor because this bill has been pending, Mr. President, in the legislative mill for quite some time, over a decade, if I'm not mistaken, because I remember filing it still as a congressman. And I pay tribute to our colleague for using his considerable political skills, his considerable savvy, and his hard work in coming up with a version that I think reconciles the interests of the various stakeholders. So congrats po, kudos to him, and kudos to the Senate. Mabuhay po ang ating mga maglalayag, mabuhay po ang ating mga seafarers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a short rebuttal, and we'd just like to spread into the records our sincerest thanks and gratitude to Senator Sani Angara. We were together in Congress when we first talked about this particular measure, and praise God that it's now on the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you again, Senator Angara.
President?
Yes,
President,
Majority Leader.
next on line is Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are over 300,000 Filipino seafarers on international ocean-going vessels. Wala pa man pandemya, hirap at hamon na ang kanilang kinakaharap sa karagatan. Malalayo sa pamilya, minsan kulang-kulang sa benepisyo, hindi sapat ang mga legal na proteksyon, unsafe ang mga working conditions, excessive fee collection, corruption, and red tape, at madami ay nabibiktima ng illegal recruiter at human traffickers. Lalong lumala ang kanilang kalagayan ngayong pandemya. Wala na halos mga cruise ship na bumabiyahe at ang daming mga kababayan nating mga marino ang nawalan ng trabaho at nagigipit. Marami din sa kanila na nagkakasakit ng COVID-19 at kapos ang health benefits at social protections. That is why this bill could not have come finally at a more urgent time. A Magna Carta of Seafarers will grant our seafarers the right to a safe and secure workplace, compliant with decent working standards, fair terms and conductions of employment, ensure their right to repatriation, capacitate them with skills and education. As chair of the Committee on Women, I also wish to particularly highlight our women seafarers, gaya ng ginawa ng ating chairperson, at maraming salamat sa kanila para doon. Siguro pag iniisip natin ang marino, iniisip natin ay lalaki. But in truth, we have many women seafarers. Sexual harassment and abuse are persistent issues faced by these women seafarers. And I hope that as we craft this landmark legislative measure, we also turn a shining light on their concerns and needs. Mr. President, noong nakaraang taon lang, nakamiting ko po ang ilang mga grupo ng marino, babae at lalaki, at hanga ako sa kanilang determinasyon at pagpupursige sa kabila ng hamon na kinakaharap ng kanilang industriya. Hanga din ako na sila-sila ay nagtutulungan at nagsosuportahan sa isa't isa, gumagawa ng diskarte para mabuhay hindi lang ang sarili kundi ang mga kasama. I remember thinking that the image of the Filipino seafarer is an apt metaphor of the Filipino in the middle of crisis and hardship, buffeted mercilessly by the waves, far from shore, but still standing proud and tall, willing to help those in greater need. If the sponsor so agrees, I wish to be made co-sponsor of this measure. Salamat po, good sponsor. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you and approve, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr. President.
Leader.
Next in line is a distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized, the distinguished lady from Las Piñas.
Mr. President, it is my privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill 2369 under Committee Report 289, the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. I'm in full support of this legislative measure, which enumerate, among others, the guaranteed rights of seafarers, the standards to be followed on the employment terms and conditions of seafarers, a system providing financial security for seafarers, a mechanism to protect seafarers' health and welfare in case of pandemic, the crucial role of certain government agencies like Marina, DOLE, CHED, PCG, not to mention a few, in the protection of seafarers and in the improvement of the maritime industry in general. And lastly, the much needed mechanism ensuring women protection and empowerment in the maritime industry, considering that women in a male-dominated maritime industry are exposed or vulnerable to sexual harassment and violence. It is no secret that Filipinos are the preferred seafarers in the world. We have 25% of all the seafarers in the world. This is due to the innate ability of Filipinos to cope up with marine life, being hardworking, dedicated to work, flexible, cheerful, being highly trainable, and fluent in English. After their contributions and work as seafarers are highlighted, especially now while we are at a pandemic, in fact, the seafarers aboard cruise ships were among the first to be hit by the COVID virus. And yet they continue to venture with their work hazards, the trade of food, necessary medicines, medical supplies, and equipment, and other essentials are facilitated with the continuous toil and sacrifice of our seafarers on board various cargo vessels. Thus, it is appropriate for us through this measure to give them all the protection they need. The Filipino seafarers, comprising a chunk of our beloved OFWs, have always been close to my family. It has always been the advocacy of my family to be of service to them. That is why may I share with you here that we have devoted a family-owned facility, the Villar tent in C5, as well as the medical personnel for the vaccination against COVID of our seafarers. In coordination with Marina and the Las Piñas General Hospital, we have so far vaccinated 10,000 seafarers, and we are ready to vaccinate more as long as there will be more vaccine supplies to be given by the IATF. Given that our seafarers are among the priority groups to be vaccinated. Henceforth, may I reiterate my full support for this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have two more, Senator Christopher Lawrence Go and then Senator Richard J. Gordon.
Senator Christopher Bongo, the gentleman from Davao, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the onset, I would like to thank our good sponsor for heading this very crucial measure to recognize the invaluable contributions of our beloved seafarers to our country by protecting their rights and promoting their interests through this Magna Carta. I've always promised that I will fight for the rights and interests of our seafarers and their families. This is why this administration, through the Maritime Industry Authority under the Department of Transportation, has been working hard to provide concrete plans of action to ensure that they are looked after, especially in these difficult and challenging times. I have been relentless in pursuing the interests and welfare of OFWs during the pandemic, including seafarers. I earlier appealed to concerned officials that seafarers and OFWs be included in the vaccination priority category, given the nature of their work. I also appealed to consider the requirements needed for them to resume their work abroad, such as the need to be inoculated with vaccines that are acceptable in their countries of destination, as well as the necessary documentation to prove that they have been vaccinated. Higit kumulang 10% ng ating populasyon ang nasa abroad, mahirap po mawalay sa sariling bayan para lang buhayin ng pamilya at mabigyan ng mas magandang kinabukasan ng inyong mga anak. Bilang mababatas, gagawin namin ang lahat upang ipaglaban ang inyong kapakanan at ito pong panukalang batas na ito ang isa sa mga pinakamahalagang hakbang para masiguro na tututukan ng gobyerno ang kapakanan ninyo. Hindi po nababayaran ang lungkot, lalong-lalo na po pag napapalayo sa mga minamahal sa buhay. This bill codifies into a single reference law the rights of our seafarers, including among others, the right to just terms and conditions of work, right to self-organization, right to educational advancement and training, right to information and consultation, right against discrimination, and right to fair treatment in the event of an accident. It also provides for standard terms and conditions of employment for seafarers, including provisions related to wages, hours of work and rest, leave, social welfare benefits. It likewise mandates ship owners to provide medical care both on board and ashore, as well as a financial security system to assist our seafarers in case of injuries. The bill also addresses issues relating to repatriation and reintegration and defines the role of seafarers, ship owner, and the government in these endeavors. Importantly, through this bill, our seafarers are assured that the government, through the DOLE, DFA, DOH, POEA, OWA, Marina, and the Philippine Coast Guard will work together to promote the welfare and protect the rights of Filipino seafarers. This bill, together with the proposed Department of Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos, represents the government's commitment to our overseas Filipinos who toil in foreign lands and seas. It is high time that we recognize their value to our society and provide them the support and protection that they deserve. With the indulgence of the good sponsor, Senator Villanueva would like to be made the co-author of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President, the good sponsor, and all of our colleagues here.
Thank you, Senator Go.
Gladly, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm mistaken, Mr. President. Senator Richard Gordon, the gentleman from Zambales, would just like to be listed as an interpolator, as he would like to just be clarified on the few points of the measure. But we mentioned to him that we'll allow our colleagues to study the measure a bit further And therefore, I'd like to thank all the sponsors of the said law or the said bill and move to suspend consideration to allow our colleagues to study the measure further. So moved.
All right, thank you. Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move the transfer from the calendar of ordinary business and special order, Senate Bill number 2302. So moved.
Any objection? So transferred.
Maybe ask the secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2302, an act providing measures to protect individuals engaged in food, grocery, and pharmacy delivery services.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor, the chairman of the Committee on Trade and Commerce, no other than my kababayan from Mindanao, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, gentleman from Mindanao, is recognized.
Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues in the Senate, our honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po. This COVID-19 pandemic has taught this representation many lessons. One lesson learned is that our time on earth is limited and indeed very short. We have to make the best of our time and focus on the essential. Another lesson which I have learned from this pandemic is that connectivity is life. How essential the internet is. It is a lifeline. Access to the internet is a basic necessity in this day and age. Because of the pandemic, we would now rather order online some, if not all, of our needs like food, groceries, and medicines. Technology, like the internet, has made our lives more convenient. Pandemic or not, I believe that the increased use of technology and the internet in our daily lives will continue. However, the convenience that is brought by technology and the internet is a double-edged sword. The internet has been the avenue for both legitimate business and illegitimate transactions like scams and other fraud. Access to the internet is a subject matter we can talk about on some other day. Today, I will talk about some form of abuse and misuse of the internet, like the rampant fraudulent schemes being done online by people who avail of online delivery services. It is of public knowledge that our colleague here in the Senate, my idol, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, was a victim of this online delivery scam where his credit card was used to purchase various items without his consent. Also, quite alarming are the recent incidents of fake booking and hoax orders. One of the several cases involves a student who was surprised to see several delivery riders at his Quezon City home after 15,000 worth of food items were supposedly ordered under his name, but somebody else did it without his knowledge and consent. There are other examples, Mr. President, and if I will be allowed to show a video, a very short clip. Please go ahead. We cannot hear the sound. Can EDP help us with the sound? Okay, I will continue with my sponsorship speech then, Mr. President. We are sad for these victims. We are mad for these people whose names and identities have been used for fraud or simply for the enjoyment of the perpetrator. This measure under consideration is for them, but not only for them. There are other victims in this situation, the online delivery drivers or riders. Nagtatrabaho po sila ng maayos sa gitna ng pandemya, sa panahon ng kalamidad, at sa kabila ng panganib sa daan. Yung iba po ay inaabot pa ng madaling araw sa lansangan upang kumita kahit umuulan. They work tirelessly to cater to customers, but are they being taken care of under our present laws? At this point, I must commend Senator Lito Lapid for filing Senate Bill number 1677, or the Food and Grocery Delivery Services Protection Act, as it has opened my eyes to what is lacking in our laws. Your Trade Committee has filed a substitute bill, Senate Bill number 2302, or an act providing measures to protect individuals engaged in food, grocery, and pharmacy delivery services, under Committee Report number 273, in order to further improve the protection afforded to more delivery drivers or riders, taking into account the increased demand for delivery services in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the policy to provide adequate protection to individuals engaged in all delivery services, including the pabili service. First and foremost, the proposed measure prohibits any scheme where the delivery rider or driver is constrained to make monetary advances for the fulfillment of orders. This representation recently found out that an additional service called pabili or pasabay is being offered by online delivery service providers, wherein a customer may get the service of the online delivery service platform to buy products either from the grocery or pharmacy, and it is the delivery driver or rider who advances the payment. When the order turns out to be a hoax, or for some reason the person who placed the order does not pay, it is the delivery driver or rider who suffers by shouldering the loss. If this bill is passed into law, that arrangement of the driver or rider advancing the money in order to service or fulfill an online order shall no longer be allowed. It is the online delivery service application provider, the app, who is in business, and the delivery driver or rider is just an agent, to use an all-encompassing generic term of the business. Hence, all losses of the business must be borne by the businessman, the app provider. The measure also aims to require food, grocery, and pharmacy delivery service providers to establish a mandatory reimbursement scheme of delivery fees to delivery drivers or riders for cancellation of confirmed orders. This representation wants to make sure that our delivery drivers and riders are always paid for confirmed orders, especially for services already performed. Plus the fact that they are exposed to all the elements, even COVID-19. So it is only fitting that even in this small way, we protect them. To facilitate collection against canceling customers, the bill requires the implementation of Know Your Customer, KYC, rules, which will entail the submission and verification of proof of identity and residential address of customers, subject to compliance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Anonymity will no longer be the ally of the fraudster. In order to modify behavior, we have to punish criminal behavior. This bill makes hoax ordering a criminal act with imprisonment as penalty. It also penalizes several prohibited acts, such as cancellation of confirmed orders unless allowed by the app or justified, refusal to receive unpaid but properly placed orders, and the act of using another person's personal information when registering for any food, grocery, and pharmacy delivery service. This will be in addition to remedies and penalties under existing laws, if any. In light of the rising cases of unjust order cancellations and hoax orders, there is an urgent need for the state to protect delivery drivers and riders of all food, grocery, and pharmacy delivery services. Not only is this bill very timely during this pandemic, this measure will be relevant even after the pandemic, because the internet has made all of us accustomed to online transactions and made many of us reliant on delivery services. Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, I would like to seek your full support for the passage of this bill. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. President, to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, House Bill number 8930. So moved.
Any objection? Motion is approved.
Yes, Secretary, to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8930, an act creating the Metropolitan Davao Development Authority, defining its powers and functions and providing funds therefore.
Mr. President, we recognize the sponsor of the measure, no other than Senator Francis Paul Tolentino, the chairperson of the Committee on Local Government.
Gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My esteemed colleagues, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Karangalan ko ngayon, isumiti the report, Senate Committee Report 293, recommending the approval of House Bill 8930, entitled "An Act Creating the Metropolitan Davao Development Authority," or the MDDA, defining its powers and functions and providing funds therefore, and taking into consideration Senate Bill numbers 2116, 2153, and 2157 with amendments. Metropolitan Davao, Mr. President, has the third largest population among the metropolitan areas, next to Metro Manila and Metro Cebu. As one of the centers of commercial, financial, and administrative activities in the country, Metropolitan Davao has continued to play a crucial role in promoting the industrialization of Mindanao. Once the measure is passed, MDDA will have jurisdiction over 6 cities and 8 municipalities, namely Davao City, the cities of Panabo, Tagum, and the island garden city of Samal in Davao del Norte, the city of Digos in Davao del Sur, the city of Mati in Davao Oriental, and the municipalities of Santa Cruz, Hagonoy, Padada, Malalag, and Santa Maria in Davao del Sur, as well as Carmen in Davao del Norte, Maco in Davao de Oro, and Malita in Davao Occidental. As thoroughly deliberated during the committee hearings, the establishment of MDDA will in no way diminish the functions of component local government units or affect local autonomy. On the other hand, the MDDA, once created, will ensure socio-economic growth and sustainable development of the LGUs within Metropolitan Davao. By establishing the MDDA, the urban development coordination and economic cooperation among the component cities and municipalities of Metropolitan Davao will be further strengthened. Considering the paralyzing effects of COVID-19 to the economic growth of the area, there is no better way than now to plan and pass this legislative measure. The passage of this bill will secure efficient delivery of services across the interdependent local government units and promote economic viability after this global pandemic. Moreover, Mr. President, the MDDA will be governed by the Metro Davao Development Council, whose membership equally represents the component LGUs of the 6 cities and 8 municipalities. This will further ensure the inclusive growth in the region. On this note, Mr. President, I'd like to thank the authors of House Bill number 8930, Representatives Ungab, Gonzaga, Zamora, among others, for diligently working on this measure in the lower house. My gratitude also goes to Senators Amy Marcos, De La Rosa, and Go for filing the counterpart measures in the Senate. Senate Bill numbers 2116, 2153, and 2157 respectively, and for actively participating in threshing out the legal and policy issues concerning the bills during the committee deliberations. I hope our colleagues in the Senate will support the swift passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Nice as well to sponsor the measure, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa, gentleman from Davao, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Floor Leader. Coordination involves integration. Coordination integrates all diverse interests and efforts of all individuals and ensures unity of action to achieve the common goals of an organization. Nonetheless, coordination is a fundamental problem of public administration and policy. Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. It is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor House Bill number 8930 under Committee Report number 293, otherwise known as the Metropolitan Davao Development Authority Act. For the record, Mr. President, I also filed a similar measure, Senate Bill number 2153, which was considered by the committee in its report. Not so long ago, Congress passed the law creating the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, or the MMDA, through Republic Act number 7924. One of the objectives of the law is to ensure proper planning, monitoring, and coordination within Metro Manila without diminution of the autonomy of local government units concerning purely local matters. With the creation of the MMDA, we have seen notable improvements, especially with the delivery of metro-wide services, as highlighted even more during this extraordinary time of pandemic. House Bill number 8930 seeks the same objective, but this time for the largest metropolitan area in the southern part of the Philippines, Metro Davao. Mr. President, in 2020, the Philippine Statistics Authority ranked the entire Davao region as the 5th highest per capita gross regional domestic product and gross regional domestic expenditure out of the 17 regions across the country, improving its ranking from 6 in 2019. This, Mr. President, despite the adverse economic effects brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic last year. Tunay ngang masasabi natin na hindi magpapahuli ang ating mga kababayan sa Mindanao sa pagpapaunlad ng ating ekonomiya. With its rich biodiversity and natural resources, which makes the region attractive to investments and development, Mindanao truly is the land of promise. Mr. President, ang pagsasabatas ng Metropolitan Davao Development Authority Act ay maituturing na pakikiisa sa bayanihan ng pagpapaunlad ng buong rehiyon ng Davao. Bawat lungsod at munisipyo tulong-tulong magkatuwang tungo sa pagpapalago ng ekonomiya ng ating bansa. Tunay ngang masasabi natin, hindi na lang bayanihan, we heal as one. Kung hindi bayanihan, we move as one. Sa ilalim ng MDDA, mas mapagtitibay ang bayanihan sa pagpapaunlad ng rehiyon ng mga lungsod ng Davao, lungsod ng Panabo, Tagum at Samal, at munisipyo ng Carmen sa Davao del Norte, lungsod ng Digos sa Davao del Sur, lungsod ng Mati sa Davao Oriental, munisipyo ng Santa Cruz, yung aking hometown, Mr. President, Hagonoy, Padada, Malalag, in Davao del Sur, munisipyo ng Mako sa Davao de Oro, at Malita sa Davao Occidental. While every LGU has an independent local autonomy, we emphasize on the importance of having a properly coordinated, if not unified, plans for infrastructure, security, and disaster resiliency, waste disposal, traffic, among others. Truly, the alignment of policies, projects, and programs will ensure unhampered growth of the entire region, and not only the region's major city. The creation of the MDDA will give rise to the strong coordination and development planning in the region, thereby assuring steadfast achievement of sustainable, inclusive economic growth. Ultimately, This will redound to the benefit of our national economy. As the saying goes, without coordination, there can never be progress. Mr. President, let's make it happen not only for my kababayans from Davao region, but for the benefit of the entire country. May they be from Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao. Daghang salamat at maayong hapon sa atong tanan, Mr. President.
Daghang salamat, Senator De La Rosa.
Sir.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, another distinguished colleague of ours from the city of Davao, no other than Senator Lawrence Bongo.
Gentleman from Davao, Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, it is my honor to co-sponsor House Bill number 8930 under Committee Report number 293. I laud the good sponsor for prioritizing this measure, which is very much close to home. Mr. President, I filed Senate Bill number 2157, creating the Metropolitan Davao Development Authority, or MDDA. This measure will address the growing needs of Davao City and its other nearby cities through the services which will be provided by the MDDA, such as development planning, transport management, solid waste disposal and management, urban zoning, land use planning, shelter services, health and sanitation, as well as public safety. Considering the rapid urbanization of Davao City and increasing population of the cities of Panabo, Tagum, and Island Garden City of Samal in Davao del Norte, napaka-traffic na po sa ngayon. The city of Digos in Davao del Sur, papunta po kanila Bato. In the city of Mati in Davao Oriental, papunta rin po sa amin. In the municipalities of Santa Cruz in Davao del Sur, Carmen in Davao del Norte, Maco in Davao de Oro, and Malita in Davao Occidental. It is imperative that we create an agency which can centralize and oversee the development efforts and initiatives that deal with the challenges faced by Davao. Bukod po sa aking mga binanggit, magiging tulay din po ang MDDA para makapagbuklod ang publiko at pribadong sektor, dahil isa po ang mandato nito ay ang pakikipagtulungan sa mga pribadong organisasyon at sa mga businesses na nag-ooperate sa Metropolitan Davao. Since Davao region is one of the centers of development in Mindanao, it is envisioned that the MDDA would serve as a gateway to extended development in other regions in Mindanao. Sa pamamagitan ng MDDA, maipagpapatuloy po natin ang pangakong binitawan ng mahal na Pangulong Duterte at ang inyong lingkod na mabigyan po ng maginhawa at komportableng buhay ang bawat Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bill number 8882. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Move to consider House Bill number 8882. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, consideration of the measures in order.
I'll ask the Secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8882, an act revising the charter of the city of Baguio.
Mr. President, to recognize the sponsor, our distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, no other than Senator Francis Tolentino.
Chairman of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, I am directed by the Committee on Local Government, to whom was referred House Bill number 8882, taking into consideration Senate Bill 2163 with certain amendments, and to report it out today before this August body, Mr. President. Naimbag nga malem, Mr. President, today, September 1, we are celebrating exactly the 112th charter anniversary of Baguio City. As chair of the Committee on Local Government, I greet all the people of Baguio City, the city government of Baguio, as they celebrate this momentous occasion. Exactly 112 years ago, Mr. President, 1909, the act incorporating Baguio City, drafted no less than by former Philippine Supreme Court Justice George Malcolm, who established the UP College of Law, a pillar of the Freemasonry in Michigan, was passed into law. By virtue of Act number 1963, Baguio City effectively became a city on 1 September 1909. Since then, the city, being classified as a highly urbanized city in 1979 and having been proclaimed as the seat of the Cordillera Autonomous Region in 1987, the city's charter has never been revised. That does not mean to say that representatives of Baguio in the lower house never saw the need to revise it. In fact, several attempts were made to revise the century-old charter to make it more attuned to the present times. However, these attempts were unsuccessful, and the closest attempt was in 2013. But the former president and President Aquino vetoed a similar bill due to a controversial provision. Despite the laudable objectives of then House Bill 3759, the same bill was still vetoed in 2013 for including provisions that impinge on the Department of Environment and Natural Resources exclusive control and supervision over alienable and disposable public lands. Another controversial provision mandated that proceeds from miscellaneous sale applications should accrue to the city treasury when the Public Land Act clearly provides that proceeds from the sale of land shall accrue to the national treasury. Hence, during your committee's hearing, Mr. President, we even conducted hearings in Baguio City. Your chairman went to Baguio several months ago, and during the technical working group deliberations, we made sure that the foregoing ambiguities were cured and any possible constitutional infirmity addressed by the current version of the bill. After thoroughly studying the measure and working closely with the authors of the House Bill, Representatives Mark Go and Allen Jesse Mangawang, as well as the local officials of Baguio, led by Mayor Magalong, and all stakeholders from the private sector and the National Commission on the Indigenous People, your Senate Committee on Local Government humbly reports now a version of the bill that is probably the best one yet crafted. With due respect to former Justice George Malcolm. I say this because the current version of the measure with amendments ensures the sustainable development of Baguio City while preserving the rights of the indigenous people enshrined under Republic Act 8371 or the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act of 1997. I would like to thank personally Senator Amy Marcos, the Vice Chairman of the Senate Committee on Local Government, for filing Senate Bill 2163 with the same objective at heart. With the revised city charter, Baguio City promises to continue its legacy as a symbol of enduring progress and rich history in the country. As one of the most loved cities by Filipinos and foreign tourists, Baguio City, through its revised charter, will surely secure sustainable progress that will redound to the benefit of, not just to the benefit of Baguio residents, but the entire country as well, most especially its indigenous peoples community. I hope our dear colleagues in this august chamber will support the swift passage of this measure. Once again, the people of Baguio City are listening. Happy 112th Charter Anniversary, the people of Baguio City. Mabuhay ang lungsod ng Baguio, Agyamanak, Apo Presidente.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
also to sponsor the measure, Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Floor Leader. Naimbag Amalim, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. Baguio City has been popularly described as a premier tourist destination in the northern part of the Philippines, with its cool climate and boosting the country's economy through tourism. But Baguio City is more than that. As I quote Mayor Benjamin Magalong, Baguio has been a testament of everything that has been achieved since 1909. Mr. President, it is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor House Bill number 8882 under Committee Report number 294, otherwise known as the Revised Charter of the City of Baguio. On September 1, 1909, Baguio, then a municipality of Benguet province in northern Luzon, was declared a chartered city by virtue of Act number 1963, which paved the way for the city's development. Halos panahon pa nila American Governor Luke Wright, Architect Daniel Burnham, Colonel Lyman Cannon, at iba pa. Panahon pa ng mga Amerikano, ika nga. Incidentally, we commemorate Baguio's charter which turned 112 years old today. Mr. President, I'm sure most if not all will agree that in our present modern time, a 112-year-old charter is no longer responsive to the needs of our kababayans from Baguio. Commendably, despite its old charter, Baguio has managed to adapt to changes in their quest of attaining its mission of creating a sustainable and enabling environment that will promote economic stability and ensure the general well-being of its citizenry. Tulad nga ng sabi ng butihing ama ng Baguio na si Mayor Benjamin Magalong, they have shown the world how much more can be won in unity and cooperation. To recall, during the 15th Congress, a similar bill was passed by both houses but was vetoed by the late President Aquino. This time, Mr. President, we have again on our hands the future of our kababayans and future generations of Baguio City. With the help of our hardworking sponsor from Cavite, my seatmate, Senator Tolentino, the issues raised by the then President's veto has been adequately addressed without disregarding the needs of our fellow Filipinos who will directly benefit from it. Today, Mr. President, is Baguio City's 112th Charter Day. I am certain that the sponsorship of this bill today is far more than enough to celebrate with them despite being hundreds of kilometers away from the summer capital of the Philippines, as this bill will give absolute fruition to their 112th Charter Day anniversary theme, moving forward as one. As I would always proudly say, isa akong tubong Davao, but Baguio will always be my home in the north. I urge my dear colleagues for the earnest passage of the revised Charter of Baguio City. Join me in wishing Baguio City and its residents happy 112th Charter Day. Mabuhay ang Baguio City. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I suspend consideration of the measure, I would like to ask permission from the sponsors if I could be made a co-sponsor and co-author as well of this very important measure for Baguio City.
President.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And
President.
also the presiding officer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And also the presiding officer as well, for the record. And to all those from Baguio listening, we will support this measure till its finality. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of the same to allow our colleagues to study the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I move that we transfer for the calendar of ordinary business to special order Senate Bill number 2372.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2372 and ask Secretary to read the title.
Consideration is in order.
Senate Bill number 2372, an act to ensure gender-responsive and inclusive protocols and programming to address the gender-differentiated needs of women during pandemics, public health concerns, emergencies, and disasters.
Majority Leader.
May we recognize the sponsor of the measure, our distinguished colleague, chairperson of the Committee on Women, Youth, and Gender, Family Relations and Gender Equality, Senator Lisa.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Ano, pinagdasal ko siya.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Pinagdasal ko siya gabi-gabi,
Mr.
ha?
President, mahal kong mga colleagues, I rise today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2372 under Committee Report number 295, or the Gender Responsive and Inclusive Pandemic and Disaster Management Act. Mr. President, mahigit isang taon na din tayong nasasadlak sa pandemya. Sa panahong iyon, napakadami ko na ring narinig ng mga kwento ng iba't ibang mga kabaro. Unahin na natin si Rhea, isang kasambahay na nagka-COVID matapos mahawa sa employer na namatay. Siya daw ay pinag-alaga sa matandang employer habang naka-quarantine ng hiwalay ang pamilyang pinagtatrabahuan. Noong nag-positive, dinala siya sa isang public quarantine facility. Ngunit nung gumaling, di na siya pinabalik sa bahay ng employer. Wala na din siyang mahanap na trabaho sa Maynila. Kaya ginamit ang huling pera para makabalik sa probinsya. Pagbalik naman doon, pinagbubugbog ng asawa dahil bakit daw nawalan siya ng trabaho. Nakilala ko rin si Marita, overseas Filipino worker, na nag-expire ang contract sa pinagtatrabahuan at hindi na ni-renew. Dapat na siyang nakauwi sa Pilipinas, pero dahil panay ang mga cancellation ng flights, hindi makatyempo ng biyahe pa uwi. Nagpapatintero tuloy sa mga pulis sa Kuala Lumpur para hindi maaresto for overstaying, kahit hindi naman niya nais na mag-overstay. Panghuli po, ang teenager na si Ellen, 16 years old at nasa liblib na lugar. Mahina ang signal sa kanila kaya doon siya nag-i-internet sa isang partikular na area kung saan malakas-lakas ang hagip ng signal. Doon din nagsisipuntahan ang marami pang mga kabataan na kaedad niya para mag-online schooling. Makalipas ang ilang buwan, nabuntis si Ellen. Ang balita ay dumami ang kaso ng teenage pregnancy sa area nila. Tila kinukumpirma ang projection ng UP Population Institute na sisirit pataas ang mga kaso ng adolescent pregnancies dahil sa pandemic. These stories are the driving force behind the Gender Responsive and Inclusive Pandemic and Disaster Management Act, filed by all the women senators of the 18th Congress on International Women's Day. In a study published by Nature, one of the most prestigious journals in the world, women are affected more than men by the social and economic effects of infectious disease outbreaks. We bear the brunt of care responsibilities as schools close and family members fall ill. We are at greater risk of domestic violence and are disproportionately disadvantaged by reduced access to sexual and reproductive health services. Because women are more likely than men to have fewer hours of employed work and be on insecure or zero-hour contracts, we are more affected by job losses in times of economic instability. The bill on hand, therefore, seeks to respond to the differentiated impacts on women and girls of pandemics and disasters, drawing from the lessons of the COVID-19 experience. Some of the highlights are as follows. First, mandating that gender-based violence services, especially temporary shelters, remain functional and accessible, notwithstanding emergencies, pandemics, and disasters, and that mechanisms for the processing and issuance of protection orders under RA 9262 remain operative. Second, providing for the specific health needs of women inside quarantine facilities. Third, requiring agencies to craft protocols for alternative work arrangements that take into account the gender differentiated needs of female employees. Fourth, ensuring the continuity and availability of ante and postnatal care and services during lockdowns, as well as prompt access of pregnant women to the same, with corresponding precautions to protect them from risks. Fifth, prioritizing gender alongside disability, age, and other overlapping vulnerabilities in the assessment of needs and decisions on targeting. Sixth, institutionalizing protections for female migrant workers in situations of distress and female locally stranded individuals. And last but not the least, mandating the creation of a gender-responsive national preparedness and response plan to be integrated into the national strategy to manage the pandemic or disaster and cascaded to the local government units to guide local efforts. Mr. President, napakarami pong pasakit ang dinulot ng COVID-19 sa ating bayan at sa ating mundo. But if there is one good thing that can come out of it, it is perhaps the opportunity to cast a light on the existing inequities that cleave society, and from this, chart a better course forward. And in this better course forward, women and girls are not left behind. Marami pong salamat, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
To allow our colleagues to study this measure further, move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 2373. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2373 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the bill.
Hearing no objection, consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2373, an act granting survivorship benefits to the surviving legitimate spouse and dependent children of a deceased retired member of the National Prosecution Service, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Mr. President, may we recognize our distinguished colleague, the gentleman from Zambales, the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, no other than Senator Richard J. Gordon, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard Gordon, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Floor Leader, esteemed colleagues, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. It is an honor for the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the sponsor for the consideration of this chamber, Committee Report number 296, and to seek approval of its proposed measure, Senate Bill number 2373, entitled, and I quote, an act granting survivorship benefits to the surviving legitimate spouse and dependent children of a deceased... Nakamute ba ako? Of a deceased retired member of the National Prosecution Service, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, close quotes. The following bills relating to the proposed measure were referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and Finance. These are Senate Bill number 1865, introduced by Senator Sani Angara, with Senators Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao, Christopher Go, Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, Win Gatchalian as co-authors, and House Bill number 9087, introduced by Representatives Flores, Hernandez, Yap, et al. Mr. President, Section 8, Article 16 of the 1987 Constitution provides that the state shall from time to time review to increase the pensions and other benefits due to retirees of both the government and the private sectors. The objective of the bill, therefore, is to grant survivorship benefits to the families of the prosecutors of the National Prosecution Service, in short, NPS, in recognition of the sacrifices they have made and continue to make, risking personal safety and that of their families. Section 3 of Republic Act number 10071, or the Prosecution Service Act of 2010, provides the creation and establishment of the NPS, comprising the prosecution staff of the Office of the Secretary of Justice and such number of regional prosecution offices, offices of the provincial prosecutor, and offices of the city prosecutor, which shall be primarily responsible for the preliminary investigation and prosecution of all cases involving violations of penal laws under the supervision of the Secretary of Justice. Section 21 of the same law provides that the retirement pension of the prosecutor shall be based on the highest monthly salary plus monthly aggregate of transportation, living, and representation allowance which the prosecutor was receiving at the time of his or her retirement or resignation. The current retirement benefits of the prosecutors are essentially similar to the retirement benefits of the judiciary, except for the survivorship benefits. Of course, the judiciary has survivorship benefits, so more or less the canoe tipped over on one side. The government provides survivorship benefits to the officials and employees of the Office of the Ombudsman. Kasali po lahat ng Ombudsman. Number 110591. The members of the Judiciary, Republic Act number 9946, and other government officials that the NPS prosecutors should also be granted the same benefits. Araw-araw po, meron tayong mga prosecuting officers na humaharap, kung minsan tinatakot, kung minsan binibigyan ng pinagtatangkaan ni bribe, pero dapat ipakita natin therefore na tayo ay nasa likod nila sapagkat ang sistema ng katarungan natin ay dapat may pagtanggol natin at maalagaan natin lahat. Di lang ang mga WES, ngunit mga prosecution officials at lahat yan. The benefits shall be such as to grant in respect of the contingency in service, such as unexpected deaths. In view of the risk and hazards of the profession, a continuation of the payment of pension of the prosecutors to the surviving spouse and or qualified dependent children. The NPS prosecutors are primary representatives of the state in all matters related to the resolution of crimes, and they play a very important role in our criminal justice system. When I was mayor, I know ang dami-dami nagsasakripisyo. I'm sure alam din ni Secretary of Justice Dan Frank Didoron during younger times ang hirap ng mga prosecutor na araw-araw humaharap sa husgado, araw-araw tumitingin kung mayroong prima facie case, nag-aaral, ay kaya naman siguro konting benepisyo lang para pag namatay sila, yung kanilang mga pamilya ay magkakaroon naman ng konting benepisyo na dapat naman sapagkat yun ang pinaghihirapan natin lahat, mabigyan ng ating ang ating mga pamilya, ang ating mga anak, na mga dependent ng pagkakataon, magpapatuloy nila yung pag-aaral nila o yung kanilang daily bread. With the passage of the bill, Mr. President, the state shall be able to take care of the dependents of the NPS prosecutors. So talagang dependent-oriented po ito and really balances off with the judiciary and the ombudsman. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Mabuhay po tayong lahat dito sa Senado.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor as well the measure, we recognize Senator Sonny Angara.
Senator Sonny Angara is recognized to sponsor the measure.
President, may I just submit my speech into the record?
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo to sponsor the measure.
Senator Christopher Bongo to sponsor the measure. Good.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of the sponsor, Senator Gordon, I am co-sponsoring this important measure to grant survivorship benefits to the surviving family of deceased retired members of our prosecution service. President Duterte and I have been steadfast in our commitment to fight corruption and criminality in our country. Prosecutors play a crucial role in this fight. Without them, justice cannot be achieved and the rule of law cannot be upheld. Dati rin pong prosecutor si Pangulong Duterte before he became mayor. It is high time that we acknowledge their invaluable contributions to public service by granting our retired prosecutors survivorship benefits. Thank you, Mr. President, and the good sponsor.
All right. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study the measure further, we move to suspend consideration of the same.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, we move to the next matter and item of the agenda. May we consider Senate Bill number 2239. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
We recognize to sponsor the measure our distinguished colleague from Batangas, great province of Batangas, Senator Ralph Recto, and to interpolate the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino.
Senator Ralph Recto is recognized to continue sponsoring the measure, and Senator Francis Tolentino to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the good sponsor yield to some questions?
Willingly, Mr. President, to this distinguished gentleman from Cavite, kapitbahay ng lalawigan ng Batangas.
Salamat po, Mr. President. I will be brief and concise, Mr. President. I promise the majority leader that I will not spend too much time because we have a lot of other measures to tackle. And the majority leader is, I think, having a flight. Yeah, he canceled his flight. So, Mr. President, just some questions, and I'll be point blank. Why is there a need, Mr. President? I'll be crisscrossing the various provisions. Why is there a need to give the Department of Trade and Industry the jurisdiction over the vape? I'll be general in the description, the vape products as against the existing laws which provide jurisdiction, which gives jurisdiction to the Food and Drug Authority. Why is there a need to transfer this, Mr. President?
Mr. President, to me, the vape or HTP products are consumer products, electronic consumer products, in fact, and the better jurisdiction would be with the DTI.
But, Mr. President, my follow-up question would concern the definition of a drug as well as a device, a medical device, Mr. President. Under our existing FDA law, Mr. President, a drug or device, I have a definition here, a drug or device, Mr. President, the jurisdiction of the Food and Drug Authority, Mr. President. So a drug would mean articles recognized in formularies, articles intended for use in cure, mitigation, treatment, prevention of disease, or intended to affect the structure of any function of the human body or animals. So, Mr. President, considering that there are health claims, that there are health claims involved, is it really the intention of the sponsor to transfer it because of administrative efficiency and not the inefficiency of the current regulatory body involved, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I do not think that the ENDS products are drug products. They are consumer products, as I said earlier, and therefore should be under the jurisdiction of the DTI. Likewise, cigarettes are in effect, under the jurisdiction of the DTI as well, or tobacco products. They are not drugs, Mr. President.
What about, Mr. President, the nicotine involved, Mr. President? Aren't nicotine considered as
Again, they are a consumer product. Nicotine is addictive, but there are no health claims. This is not a drug. Hindi ka gagaling pag nagsigarilyo ka o di kaya gumamit ka ng ENDS product. Wala naman sinasabing gagaling ka. So it is not a drug,
Yes.
Mr. President. Yes.
But my previous question, Mr. President, with all due respect, hindi mo kaya tama itong existing regulatory setup under the Food and Drug Authority? Ang nagiging problema lang po, baka hindi magaling yung namumuno sa Food and Drug Authority, kaya siguro nababagalan yung iba sa pagtakbo ng mga papeles sa FDA. And to cite a case in point, Mr. President, ang dami hong application ngayon para sa vaccines, including the ivermectin, Mr. President, na napakatagal na, binanggit na rin ni Pangulong Duterte na dapat it should be approved, but they're taking their sweet time, Mr. President, to process and approve within the compound of the FDA. Is the leadership of the Food and Drug Authority the main reason why we are transferring the jurisdiction from the FDA to the DTI. Apparently, the DTI is more flexible and more swift in processing and giving out permits, Mr. President.
Not in my case, Mr. President. From what I hear, everything you said, I hear that publicly as well, that there are problems with the FDA. But like I said, today, tobacco products, cigarette products are with the jurisdiction of the DTI and not the FDA. And since these products are less harmful than cigarettes, I think they should be under the jurisdiction of the DTI as well.
But Mr. President, under Republic Act 9211, which is the Tobacco Regulatory Act of 2003, the packaging, distribution, advertisement, the jurisdiction would fall under the FDA, Mr. President. And our recently passed Sitira law recognizes that even for
The-
tobacco products and
My,
others,
yes,
vape
Mr. President, my recollection is that the packaging is under the jurisdiction of the DOH, maybe in consultation with the FDA. Now, as far as packaging in this bill is concerned, it is very similar, if not very consistent, with what you have in the Tobacco Regulation Act as far as warnings are concerned and advertising, so on and so forth, Mr. President.
So what I'm saying, Mr. President, there are existing laws, including Sitira, there are existing executive issuances, notably Executive Order 106, that places premium on the expertise as well as jurisdiction of the Food and Drug Authority, Mr. President. So how are we going to reconcile all of this? Are
My
we...
recommendation, Mr. President, is embodied in the committee report. And again, I will stress that I think that the proper jurisdiction is the DTI for reasons already I've enumerated, Mr. President.
So I need not belabor that point. I understand
Yes,
the
thank you,
concern of
Mr. President.
the
Yes.
sponsor, but on
President?
With the indulgence of the two gentlemen, Senator Amy Marcos seeking the floor, seeking for recognition.
Yes,
Senator
by
Amy
way of
Marcos,
support
yes.
for our good sponsor, just a quick manifestation that we really should put the VNPs as clear-cut consumer products under the DTI. They pay sin tax, they do not have pharmaceutical claims, and we put health warnings on them. If addictiveness were a consideration, what about caffeine and alcohol? Surely those are under the DTI as well. The Bureau of Philippine Standards is also under the DTI, and it sets up all the national standards for quality consumer products, and a mere duplication would occur if we determined to move it to the FDA. Further, we already know how slow and overburdened the FDA is, and I would also like to reiterate the findings of the lower house, where the committee established that it was a biased advocate and hardly an impartial regulator, saying time and again that VNPs should be banned. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Mr. President, I'd like to support and the sponsor has said this many times in the past that I agree with all the statements made by Senator Marcos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may be allowed to proceed.
Yes, please continue, Senator Tolentino.
So, Mr. President, what we've been hearing so far is that there are no health claims insofar as the utilization of vape devices be concerned. But what about the health effects, Mr. President? I'm referring to studies that show that research had shown that vaping, correct me if I'm wrong, can increase heart rate, difficulty in breathing, seizures, etc., etc. So these
Yeah.
are health effects, Mr. President.
Yes.
And if we talk about health effects, wouldn't it be better to have all these health consequences fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Health, who has authority over the Food and Drug Administration, rather than a general department in charge of consumers and trade products, considering the expertise so far as health consequences are concerned, Mr. President?
From what I know, there's an interagency committee under the DTI, and together with them would be the Department of Health and the FDA. So that is the regulatory framework for cigarettes today. So we're just making it consistent, Mr. President, since both have nicotine.
So it will involve, again, the presence of health experts, Mr. President. Relating this to the title of the measure, regulating the importation, manufacture, sale, etc., I totally agree that importation, for instance, would trigger the involvement of the Department of Trade and Industry. For instance, Mr. President, if I import two 40-footer container vans of vape products and place it immediately thereafter in a bonded warehouse. And as an importer, or the importer, probably the real owner would need an insurance. And if an insurance would be concerned, it will be property insurance, because these are stockpiled in a warehouse, and it is now the owner has an insurable interest to protect his investment, to protect the vape products contained in the warehouse. Is it correct to say, Mr. President, that if it now involves a human connection, Mr. President, one who bought the vape product, that his health connection is now involved, which would now deviate from the property insurance, and which would involve, if he applies for a life insurance policy, there's a checklist: are you a smoker, are you a vape user, which would now involve his own health, triggering, Mr. President, perhaps that owner, that applicant for a life insurance policy, to consult his doctor, consult his physician, and a higher premium, from what I know in life insurance, is imposed on a smoker or a vape user. So the distinction is very thin. Once it now involves a human being, it's not just a consumer product, but it involves his own health, his own well-being, Mr. President. Am I correct in that generalization, Mr. President?
Mr. President, smoke at your own risk. We're not mandating anyone to smoke. In fact, pinagbabawal natin na pag 18 years old, below 18,
Mr. President, we can
smoke at your own risk. Sabi ko, if you're not a smoker, don't smoke. And don't use this product.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I
Sorry, Senate President Pro Temp, we can't hear you. If you can repeat your last statement, Your Honor. Senator Recto, if you can repeat.
Mr. President, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, clearly. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please proceed. Yes, thank you.
We did not hear your last statement, Your Honor, Senate President Pro
What
Tem.
I was saying, Mr. President, is that if their insurance goes up, that is up to them. Smoke at your own risk. And my advice, if you're not a smoker, don't smoke. Now, if you're a smoker, my advice is use a less harmful product. And the ends would be a lot less harmful product. And probably your insurance will go down as well, Mr. President.
Yes, I understand, Mr. President, but the point of this representation is the fine distinction between what a consumer product is and what a drug or medical device is that is affecting human anatomy.
Yes, again, Mr. President, my
Just
position
for
is that,
purposes of clarification, Mr.
yes, and my position, Mr. President, is simple. This is not a drug. It is a consumer product. which I
Although-
think should be regulated by the DTI.
Yes, Mr. President, although there are studies to the contrary, which I will not uh, explain and reiterate extensively, but to go to my other point, Mr. President, relative to the minors allowed to purchase this, our other existing laws would appear.
Mr. President, we are not allowing minors to purchase this under this bill.
Yes, I understand the age now. I'm referring to
Yes.
18.
Yes.
There is a proposal here to have it to allow 18-year-olds to purchase this, but there are other laws, 21 years old, specifically the Citira
Correct.
law. So
Yes.
I would now focus on the ability of minors to purchase, especially the on-point provision here, Mr. President, wherein minors, 18 years old, why is there a need to lower the age to, I'm referring to the point of sale and the online transaction. Why is there a need to lower it from the existing 21, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, for the nth time, let me again say that today we allow 18 years old to smoke cigarettes, to drink alcohol, to join the military, be able to drive, so on and so forth. So it's practical for me to also put in our recommendation in this bill is that to allow 18 years old to smoke a less harmful product. But again, I am not saying that people should smoke. Okay? In fact, my recommendation is if you're smoking a cigarette, if you smoke tobacco, use a less harmful product. Use a heated tobacco or an ENDS product. That is what we were saying, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will now go to another item which I think has not yet been discussed during the previous sessions, Mr. President. And this has something to do with studies I have in my possession relative, Mr. President, to the relationship between the COVID-19 pandemic, the virus itself, Delta, Lambda, and the effects of vaping during this COVID-19 pandemic. And I'd like to place on record, Mr. President, a study made by Stanford University School of Medicine that found that vaping is linked substantially to COVID-19 among younger population. And this is found in Stanford Medicine New Center Journal, authored by Erin Digitail, Mr. President. You can find this in their latest their newsletter dated August 2020, https med.stanford.edu news, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, is the good sponsor aware that that this study and other studies that I can, including a statement coming from the World Health Organization, that would show that the youth participants in this study who use both cigarettes and e-cigarettes in 30 days were likely to develop COVID-19 symptoms such as coughing, fever, tiredness, difficulty in breathing, which may explain that they need to get more tested. So what I'm saying, Mr. President, is this. Among the young people who were tested for the virus that causes COVID-19, the research found those who vape were 5 to 7 times more likely to be infected than those who did not vape, Mr. President. And the World Health Organization issued a statement that the utilization of EN and DS may increase the risk of infection since it affects the respiratory tract. And I quote a statement coming from the World Bank dated May 11, 2020, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, since we're in this pandemic, Mr. President, are we sending a mixed signal, negative signal? It's your freedom to use vape, but the chances of getting the virus would be increased. So how are we now in terms of collective health messaging?
Mr. President, yes, if I may reply.
Yes, yes.
Well, one, I am not familiar with that study. What I know is that I used to smoke. Now I'm smoking vape products. In the Senate, there are 7 who got COVID who are non-smokers and non-vape users.
No, but Mr. President,
But
the
I am a
study
vape
was,
user, and I've not gotten COVID, Mr. President.
I'll
Okay.
gladly
Now, having
provide
said that,
the
if I were to finish, yes, I'm not aware of that study. All I'm saying, my position is this, no, simply, we are not telling anyone in this bill na during the pandemic, smoke cigarettes or smoke end products. We're not mandating anyone to do that. Okay? My advice during COVID is not to smoke and as much as possible, not to drink as much. Okay? Kasi baka pwede bumaba yung immune system mo rin. If you smoke too much or if you drink too much, and don't eat too much, and exercise if you can. Lahat yan, anti-COVID yan. So that is my advice, Mr. President.
I'll gladly provide the good sponsor copies of the studies which I mentioned, and of particular interest to this representation is a provision which would allow vape users to vape in public as differentiated from smokers, Mr. President. My concern here, Mr. President, is another study issued by the University of Rochester Medical Center, dated just this year, Mr. President, wherein it was found out, Mr. President, that vaping, and I quote, might also be a means of spreading the coronavirus since droplets of the virus can escape through the e-cigarettes aerosol, Mr. President. And if you allow them to smoke in public, there's a chance that this can be spread, Mr. President. And a study conducted by among Purdue University students showed that the Purdue University students in Indiana were infected after, and this is another case, when they shared the devices, Mr. President. So how are we
My
going
advice is
to...
not to share devices, Mr. President.
No, not just that. Even the provision here, which
I do
would
not
allow
share devices, Mr. President. Yeah.
which would allow the vaping in public, and I refer now to that study again, which made the New York State as the #1 hotspot because the state with the highest vapors recorded the highest number of daily coronavirus cases and deaths in the early weeks of the pandemic. I'm referring to the New York State. So probably the good sponsor would accept an amendment that would not substantially differentiate the utilization of vape products with smokers, Mr. President.
We're open to amendments, but my understanding of the bill, Mr. President, is that we're separating smokers of regular tobacco or cigarettes and vapors. So meron silang designated vaping areas, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President,
And during COVID naman, dahil may pandemic nga tayo, my recommendation, my advice to everyone is as much as possible, don't smoke in public places. Not even in a designated vaping area. Okay, but you can do it in the comforts of your home, I suppose.
Mr. President, my other question would go to the point of sale provision, Mr. President, wherein the 18 years old or even the minors would be able to visually see the real vape product in front of them. I liken this to, I'm very sure the acting presiding officer is very familiar with this, the gentleman from Bulacan. When you go to an airport, Mr. President, and while taking your time, you usually go to a bookstore, Mr. President. And sometimes, when you look at the magazines for sale, you get to realize that some magazines, and I'll be explicit on this, some men's magazine are covered differently, Mr. President. Meaning to say, they're not exposed. The covers are not exposed. The covers are different from Time Magazine, Newsweek Magazine. You can browse Newsweek Magazine, but men's magazines, they're covered differently to protect the minors from browsing. And if you want to buy, you go to the cashier, and after paying, that's the time you're allowed to remove the plastic cover. And sometimes in other places, the magazines are placed on the upper shelves, Mr. President. Is it the vision of the good sponsor that the shelf arrangements of the devices, the vape devices, would be similar to your ordinary pharmaceutical stores or stores wherein anybody can touch, anybody can see, even minors, the vape products?
My understanding is that these products will not be sold anywhere, not in any retail outlet, but more in vape shops, I suppose. It's possible, no, in a retail outlet. But yes, I agree with you, and I'm willing to accept an amendment at the appropriate time, or in a, let's say, if they sell it in a retail outlet, it must be far from the reach of children. I agree with your honor, Mr. President.
Thank you,
We're
Mr.
open to any amendments that will ensure that minors that these products are not advertised or promoted to minors, Mr. President. In fact, in many of the provisions in this bill, bawal magbenta sa minor, including the advertising, the promotion, so on and so forth, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acceding in advance. What would be my amendment? What would be this representation's amendment insofar as the visuals and the display in shelves of the vape products? Salamat, Mr. President. But you mentioned a while ago the advertisements. Are social media platforms included in allowable places for advertisements? I'm referring now to Facebook, Instagram, Mr. President, because these are accessible even to a 13-year-old or 14-year-old, Mr. President.
There is an online trade section because we know where e-commerce is going, Mr. President. Pero dito, bawal din yung bata pumasok. He has to prove that he is 18. Dito sinasabi rin natin under the bill na it is prohibited to use social media influencers too. So on and so forth, Mr. President. So, bawal magbenta sa bata. There is a penalty. May kulong. Okay? So, may age verification, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President,
Whether internet or non-internet sale, merong age verification requirement, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, am I correct in having heard that social media platforms will not be used for advertisements, or?
No, you can use the internet.
But Mr. President,
Websites can be used.
but Mr. President, are social media platforms that strict in prohibiting?
Let me read the section, Mr. President,
Yes,
to be
yes.
clear. Section 8, online trade. The sale or distribution of vaporized nicotine products through internet websites or via e-commerce and or other similar media platforms shall be allowed, provided that the manufacturer, seller, or distributor shall adopt measures to ensure that persons below 18 years of age are denied access thereto, and that the internet web shall bear the signages required under this act. Okay? So that is another section which I can read too. in compliance with the aforementioned age restriction, and when seeking access to such media platform, the person's legal age shall be self-declared in the opening first page of the website. Provided further that the sale or distribution of vaporized nicotine products through internet websites or via e-commerce and other similar media platforms shall only be made by online sellers or distributors registered with the Department of Trade and Industry or the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the products being sold and advertised online shall be compliant with the health warning requirements indicated herein, as well as the Bureau of Internal Revenue prescribed tax stamp or other fiscal marks. So we put a lot of safeguards in this provision. Ngayon, kung kulang pa ho yun, we're willing to take a look at your amendments and be willing to accept the same.
Thank you, Mr. President, because I'm trying to juxtapose this with my previous statement wherein the good sponsor agreed in advance that physically you can cover a magazine, a men's magazine, and or you can place it on the upper shelf. So virtually, can it be done with the presence of Lazada, Shopee?
Mr. President, I read the Section 8 on online trade. I think
Yes,
there
I
are
understand,
many
Mr. President.
safeguards. Yes.
But is the mere required self-declaration sufficient to prevent minors? Because you can declare you're 18 or 19 even if you're just 15, Mr. President.
You know, eventually, once we have that national ID, that's how I envision that to work. Okay? Now, having said that, there is also on Section 7, proof of age verification. Retailer shall ensure that no individual below 18 years of age is allowed to purchase vaporized nicotine products. So you have to take a look at these two sections together as well. No? It shall be the responsibility of retailers to verify the age of buyers. For this purpose, the presentation of a valid identification card exhibiting the buyer's photograph and age of birth, the age or date of birth may be required or shall be required. Retailers shall ensure direct delivery only to the buyer who must be 18 years old and above. Okay, and then we also have on the penalties in relation to these two, Mr. President. We're also prohibiting promotion, advertising to those below 18. So there's another section which I can read. If the gentleman from Cavite would want me to, I can read that section too, Mr. President.
I've read it, Mr. President. But
Thank you.
my point here is the ability to circumvent, especially with the use of technology, and misdeclare one's age probably is a looming pattern.
Mr. President, like I said,
Right now, the manner of abuse, Mr. President. So,
yes, Mr. President.
like Section 7, Mr. President, which perhaps would be a physical verification that can be done by a retailer, the online trade can be subjected to abuse, Mr. President. But having said that, I think the good sponsor is willing to accept amendments that would fortify the safeguards that should
Naturally,
be
Mr. President.
Mr.
As I said
President.
from the very beginning, we put as much safeguards as we could. We are recommending this to plenary. We're open to amendments to strengthen the position of the chair as well, to ensure that these products do not appeal and are not sold to minors, Mr. President.
Mr. President, comparing this with alcohols, Mr. President, wherein it's been traditionally been placed on their labels, Mr. President, 14% alcoholic content, 13%, 13.5 alcoholic content, Mr. President. Should limits on the strength of the nicotine content be imposed as well, Mr. President? And my point here is to ensure the safety and health of vape users, Mr. President. Can this be done?
It's possible, Mr. President, but remember, we are saying here that only adults can smoke.
No,
We're
that's
not
the
saying
same,
that-
Mr. With all due respect, that's the same with alcohols, only adults should drink, but precisely the alcoholic content is there to guide even the adults. If you're having your third shot of a whiskey, you know your limit. So
Yes.
for health reasons, is it possible to place the limit of the strength of the nicotine content on the
Yeah, it's
product?
possible, Mr. President, because there are products that have that.
Yes, Mr. President. And is the DTI technologically capable of determining this and as well as enforcing this, Mr.
Yes,
President?
that's right. That's right. I believe that the DTI is aware of this, Mr. President.
So during the period of amendments, perhaps, Mr. President, the good sponsor would be willing to accept an amendment relative to this, Mr. President.
Yes, like I said, we are open and willing to accept amendments for as long as they make sense, Mr. President. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, because our purpose here now is to ensure the safety of the users as well, Mr. President. Whether you're an adult or you just turned 18 or 19,
I agree, Mr. President. That's fine with me.
the
But
states should,
I don't believe that the state should be such a nanny to adults as well, Mr. President.
Don't you think the suggestion is possible if we are the one manufacturing it? Then we can mandate that they place the percentage of nicotine or whatever they have there. But if it's been manufactured in Japan, in the United States, or somewhere else, how can we mandate that they place it there?
with the permission of the sponsor, my understanding is that this should now be the role of the importer. A lot of our whiskeys are imported, and they ensure that there's a stamped alcoholic content placed on the bottle. Even beers, they have that, Mr. President, for imported beers. So
I'm not sure if
the manufacturers do that, especially if it's manufactured here and even abroad. But this one, I doubt if they can gauge one stick or one. I doubt if they can gauge how many nicotine or tar is present in there. I really doubt it. But I don't know. It's just a thought.
yes, Mr. President, I'm not a vape user as well,
not-
but probably
yeah, Mr. President,
other
I am not
jurisdictions.
aware if our laws mandate, let's say that beer should be 6%, or that wine should be 11 to 14%, or
Well,
that liquor should have a higher content of alcohol.
No, I don't think there's any law that
It's not a mandate, yes.
Yes, there's no mandate to that effect. I think it's incumbent upon the manufacturer to inform their
Yes.
the consumer of the content, because there are some who want to buy a stronger content of alcohol
Yes.
than weaker. Kaya
Correct.
ganun yun. It's actually the reverse of what we want to achieve here. Like for example, the Chinese rice wine is 53% alcohol. Pwede nga sumindi eh. O may bawal ba ron? Hindi.
So, Mr. President, I
Ito po,
think
Lambanog sa Batangas, malakas din.
I think, Mr. President, that's similar to our food products, wherein even though there are no strict requirements, you have to indicate the nutrient contents, the fatty contents, the sodium content, and other contents, because Filipinos are now health conscious. When they buy a product, they look at how much is the sodium content, the fatty content, the amino acid content, etc., etc. So probably, if the good gentleman can guide us in putting a uniformity, not just because this can be related to alcoholic or even beverage products, we can have a nicotine content, as acknowledged by the good sponsor, being done by other jurisdictions. It's not an
I didn't say it's being done. I didn't say it's being done by other jurisdiction. What I said was that there are brands that do have some nicotine content.
Yes, in fact,
May mga brand. Oh.
if we do that, ang kasunod na step dyan, mga sigarilyo, gano'n na rin, palalagay mo na rin, ilan ang content ng nicotine yan.
Mm-mm.
Don't you think so?
I'm not an expert on the science of this, Mr. President, and I think the DTI would be more aware of the standards that we should follow, Mr. President.
So,
There are international standards, Mr. President. Yes.
So, yes, Mr. President. So, when we think of products putting up, placing the nutrient contents, fat and others, oil, sodium, salt, I think the jurisdiction falls within the FDA. They're the ones requiring that you should even non-therapeutic drugs, Mr. President, herbal medicines, they're required to place in the packaging the contents, Mr. President. So again, it goes back to the previous question that should the FDA be likewise involved here, Mr. President? Not just the DTI, since they have the capability, they have the laboratory to measure the ingredients in a product. Should we involve them, or we as what I
Mr. President, if I may respond,
yes.
from what I know, the Bureau of Philippine Standards under the DTI already issued Philippine national standards on e-cigarettes in accordance with internationally recognized standards, and in consultation with the DOH and the FDA.
Thank
So
you, Mr.
meron na
President.
silang standards, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, because I was about to drink my water when I was warned by the majority leader that my time is running out. But I saw on this bottled water the nutrition facts, Mr. President, total fat 0, total carb 0, etc., etc., and even the calories, Mr. President. So probably
Yes, it's water, Mr. President.
so, Mr. President, probably during the period of amendments, we might find a pathway to inform the potential user as to the contents, Mr. President. My last question, as I promised the good sponsor, because a lot of other items will be tackled. Are we really saying that institutionally the DTI is well off and better prepared to handle this than the Food and Drug Authority? Or are we accepting the notion, present situation, no offense to the FDA and DOH family, that the DTI is better managed than the DOH FDA family? Perhaps in the future, when we may have a more forward-looking administrator of the FDA, we can look back to these debates and probably say that it was a fine distinction between leadership and the institutional structure that we discussed. So I just hope, Mr. President, that once this is passed, we get what we really bargained for, and I look forward to having amendments, but I await the response, the final response of the good sponsor, and I thank him in
Mr. President,
advance.
yes, I think that was your first question, which I responded to.
So
Again, my position
it's
is
the
that
Alpha and the Omega, Mr. President.
the DTI,
Baka lang na may pagkukulang dito ay yung mga namumuno sa FDA. Kagaya nung sinabi ko nung previous budget hearing, ang dami nilang pinatatagal yung mga approval ng mga bakuna, eh hindi pa nila na-approve yung Tiger Balm at hindi pa nila na-approve yung Pantene shampoo na matagal nang ginagamit.
two things, Mr. President, two things to respond to that very clearly, Mr. President. One, I think the DTI is in a better position to regulate this consumer product. And two, I listened to all your manifestations during the budget deliberations on the problems incumbent with the FDA. And for these two reasons, I recommend the DTI, Mr. President.
I thank the good sponsor for his good memory, and I thank him for his time too, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Very much.
I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If you'll allow just a point of information before Senator Tolentino and the good sponsor leave.
Majority Leader, Senator
Yes,
Mike
yes,
Marcos.
absolutely,
Senator
Mr.
Amy
President.
Marcos, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, Mr. President. I'm very deeply troubled by the invocation of Senator Tolentino of the now overturned Stanford study that was conducted online with many students and youth in August 2020. A more important and significant, reliable, professional study with 78,000 patients was actually undertaken by the Mayo Clinic, and the results came out in June 2021, where it is not true that those who use e-cigarettes are 5, 6.8, 7 times more likely to contract COVID. In fact, if only e-cigarettes are used, there is no increase in susceptibility to the virus. I just wanted to put that on record because perhaps it's important that we invite Senator Tolentino and the other health advocates to look at the Mayo Clinic study as soon as possible. Thank you, po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the distinguished lady from Ilocos Norte for co-sponsoring this measure with me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the measure further and to give a chance, I believe there's one last interpellator, Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano. So we'd like to ask if we can schedule this also with her next week. So thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I know our time is limited. We have two measures, the measure of Senator Amy, and we have some local bills that our colleagues in this House are also pushing for, Mr. President. With the permission, so we can take up the second item on interpellation, Mr. President, as I promised Senator Amy. Resume consideration of 2216. And then maybe if the proponent, Senator Coco, will take a longer time, we can continue again next week so that we can take up some of the local bills. So I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2216 and recognize Senator Amy Marcos, Mr. President, and to interpolate Senator Coco Pimentel.
All right, Senator Amy Marcos is recognized. We take into consideration 2216. Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the honorable sponsor and author, if I may be allowed to ask a few questions to find out what her final plan is with regard this bill. So if I may be allowed to start my interpellation, Madam.
Yes, of course. It will be an honor and a privilege. We'll certainly learn a few things from the distinguished former chairman of the Committee of Electoral Reform.
That I will acknowledge, Mr. President, that I was the former chairman of the Committee on Electoral Reform, but I am not the expert on election law. Actually, we have a member in our Senate who is an expert in election law. And guess who that is? So we have to get her involved or through her staff. I'm referring to Senator Laila de Lima, who should be really knowledgeable about election law, having practiced election law for quite a number of years. So my question, Madam Sponsor, is that when you were sponsoring this bill, you showed us, I think, a table with three columns. Where is that?
There we go.
Is that the one? Yes. And then when I looked at that presentation with the three columns and relayed it to the bill, the substitute bill.
Yes.
Tama po ba? It's a substitute bill. And it's Senate Bill number 2216.
Yes.
Medyo I could not see in Senate Bill 2216 some of the items here in the slide. So
yes.
What does the slide represent? It does not represent the bill. So does this does this represent what we intend to do with the bill?
Yes, this is what we intend to do with the bill. You're quite right. And as usual, your wisdom is well taken. Senator Pimentel, as you know well, we started with the title Early Voting. Na talaga naman hindi pala pwede yung early voting because the security challenges are so overwhelming as to make it impossible to open the e-ballots ahead of election day. So bumalik tayo sa local absentee voting. Pagkatapos nun, meron ring accessibility, additional accessibility. Pero yung accessibility really only refers to more polling places, more centralized and ground floor venues, and assistive aids, wheelchair ramps, and so on. So tama po kayo, nung early voting yung title at accessibility yung title, hindi sakop lahat ng alternative modes. At the end of the day, what we would like to do is really provide as many modes for voting for our highly vulnerable sectors. And yun nga, it went past it went past early voting, it went past accessibility, and instead encompasses, as you rightly observed, several different laws already.
Yes, so this early, the sponsor already has an idea which provisions or ideas or concepts to abandon or to no longer pursue, so that we will know what is the extent of our trouble in analyzing the bill, Mr. President.
I apologize because indeed this is a work in progress, and there have been constant consultations between the health officials as well as COMELEC, what is and isn't possible. And really, what we should call it is alternative modes for vulnerable sectors. Mas tama yun because it encompasses local absentee, it encompasses the alternative polling places as well as the emergency polling places. It also encompasses those special venues that COMELEC puts up in the BJMP sa mga preso na alam na natin kapag 50 and over. So clearly, we've come a long way from the original concept, and I apologize for the level of confusion, but what we are trying to do is to bring to fruition the constitutional mandate that we provide a procedure that will allow disabled, the illiterate, and others similarly marginalized to vote.
So with that clarification, okay, so and I listed 4, ma'am, from your manifestation. I listed 4. So the sponsor at this point wants to retain LAV, local absentee voting.
Yes, we want to retain and expand
Yes,
local absentee voting.
When I say maintain the concept in the substitute bill. Let's say LAV.
Correct.
Of course, improve pa rin natin. And then alternative polling place.
Yes.
What's E? Emergency polling place.
Yes.
And then the special.
Those two we'd like to. Sorry, Senator Pimentel. Sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am. Those two.
Both the alternative polling place and the emergency polling place have very, very similar procedures. So at the risk of confusing everyone once again, this is why Senator De Lima is correct that the Omnibus Election Act was in 1981, long before automated and other types of voting. Kaya talagang kinakailangan magkaroon ng bagong Omnibus Election Act para masaayos. So yun, yung sa alternative polling places, nakita natin that there are very, very few who are actually setting it up and very few who take advantage of it because the senior citizens find it problematic to have to manifest ahead of time, and then they have to go there, they have no priority, and then there's no VCM. Alam naman ninyo sa probinsya, parang piyesta yung bilangan, gusto nila makita yung bilangan. And then they prefer the emergency polling place, which is in the same precinct. So we are considering putting the two together so that we expand the emergency polling places. They can watch and typically go to vote together with the rest of the family, but in a priority lane. So that is what we had in mind.
Yes, so those, you discussed two of the four, no? LAV yung isa. The fourth is special venue. So is this also different from, is this different from the APP and the EPP?
Yes, this is also different. Kung maaalala ninyo, di ba bumuboto po yung ating mga persons deprived of liberty in the
Yes.
BJMP sa preso, pag 50 and more, magdadala ng balota yung COMELEC and they make a special polling place doon mismo sa preso. So I think what we're trying to do is once again, consolidate and expand this concept. Kasi dalawa na yan eh. Two have arisen eh. The satellite emergency polling place and then the special polling place. Magulo na eh, nagkaroon na ng mga COMELEC order and so on. So in order to tidy up these concepts, what I thought was that perhaps for the homes for the elderly, for the IPs in remote places, the jails that we already are familiar with, yung quarantine facilities, isolation, hospital, if it is possible, we will allow them to vote. And I think even in your part of the world, in Iligan City, for example, yung mga bakwit in long-established refugee camps, maybe we can also allow them to vote because they've been deprived of house and home. They cannot further be deprived of suffrage.
Yes, so the bill is now, the bill and the objectives of the bill are becoming clearer for me because of our discussion. We will come up with a bill. The purpose is to provide alternative modes of voting for highly vulnerable sectors who will be defined in the bill. And the modes are 1, LAV, local
Yes.
absentee voting, 2, alternative polling place. Number 3 is emergency polling place. And number 4 is special polling place. Yan po yung SPP, dyan po sa last column. So kung maklaro na po, I think we can we can really fix this bill. But ito lang po yung question ko. If we look at the substitute bill, there is the mention of early voting. Are we going to give this up? No longer pursue it?
Yes, I'm abandoning that concept because we discussed it with the House contingent. They refuse to tackle it. Of course, we are all discomfited, like the Senate President as well as the Majority Leader, that they will not be voting for local candidates. It's the worst option, no doubt, but it's better than nothing. So I just wanted to provide it. If they were not physically capable of coming on the day of the election, and in that case, local absentee voting would be the best. Pero yun nga, it is not early voting with a complete set of candidates.
Okay po, so in due time, in the period of amendments, we will be anticipating that all mention of early voting will be deleted from the bill. Okay po yun, I agree.
Correct, Senator Pimentel, you're absolutely right that that needs to be removed because it is confusing and misleading.
Yes, ma'am. And then the substitute bill also has this concept of postal voting. I-abandon na rin po natin.
Yes, we've abandoned that thoroughly. I think that's the ambitious provision. As you know, we are already undertaking that in the OFW and the other sectors. But I think despite the claims of PhilPost and the eagerness of COMELEC to undertake that, our hesitancy is overwhelming.
Okay, in the last time that this was interpolated on, Majority Leader raised the point of his indigenous peoples, constituents, now availing of these alternative modes of voting.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, because they number in the hundreds of thousands, medyo that can really affect the results of the local election. Kasi LAV will be president, vice, senators up to party list. That's why I looked at the bills that were originally filed and heard by the committee, and where Senate Bill 22 16 is the substitute bill, or it probably harmonized all of the ideas in the original bills. And I found out
Yes, that's correct, Senator Pimentel. We went through a lot of your committee hearing transcripts.
and I found out that the mention of indigenous people is connected, I think, with your bill, Madam Sponsor, Senate Bill 1870, which is for postal voting.
Yes.
So we can really clarify a lot of things if we are going to abandon now the concept of postal voting, then the mention of indigenous people in the bill should also have to be taken out because they were supposed to be beneficiaries of postal voting. So pwede na po 'yon. So yung kaba ni Majority Leader o yung kanyang agam-agam na nalilito siya na paano yung mga indigenous people na kung paano ang boto, wala na po 'yon because they were mentioned only in the bill on postal voting.
Yes, that's correct. But during the hearings, many came to explain that they are so underrepresented and they're grossly undervoting. While an estimated 5 million IPs are actually counted in either the NCIP or the DILG or other groups, the reality is only 500,000 are actually registered voters. So there was an effort to include them among the other vulnerable sectors because they're not voting in the numbers that they should be. They're so ill represented.
Okay, so if we want to continue to recognize the IPs as highly vulnerable sectors, and yet we open up only the expanded local absentee voting for them, then that the rule remains that the positions that participants in the local absentee voting can vote for are national positions. That remains, right, Madam Mr. President?
I think the two other columns, the two other possibilities, the emergency alternative polling place and the special polling place will still be available to the IPs because they can still go to the priority lane for the emergency voting on the day of the election. And they can also request ahead of time. And if COMELEC is capable of doing it, COMELEC can go to that remote area, assuming there's 50 or more IP voters, and actually conduct the voting there. So I believe that the IPs will be addressed in all possible modes.
In all possible, because the concept in the local absentee voting kasi as far as I can remember is that these are qualified voters who foresee that they will not be able to vote in their regular precinct on election day.
That's
because
right.
of some reason, and most likely the reason is they're working. Election day is a holiday, but these people are working on election day. Kasi kaya nga that's why they're given this concession. Oh, ngayon are we going to already abandon or disregard that the commonality of the participants in the local absentee voting? Kasi
I
kasama
think,
kasama na po rito yung hindi naman to sila pwedeng hindi because of working, hindi because they're working. That's why before una sa lahat number one, armed forces, police, and then maybe the teachers yata that
some of
public,
usually yung mga BEI, yung COMELEC employees.
and then we added the media because in recognition of their coverage of the elections. So
That's
yung po yung parang there is a common thread there. Why these groups are recognized to be qualified under LAV. So are we now going to erase this and then we'll just say basta vulnerable sector ka, you can now participate in the expanded LAV?
Yes, actually, we went through the list of those who are already practicing the local absentee voting that you rightly pointed out. And the submission of the DOH was that we should add health workers, given the state of the pandemic and infection in the country. So we said, okay, the health workers who are going to be on duty on that day will necessarily have to be included as part of the officials of government, even if they're private practitioners. And then DOH also said to avoid the long queues and to avoid the super spreader. On election day, hindi ba pwede those who opt, the marginal sectors, those who opt to vote earlier, can they also avail of local absentee voting, which is why we accommodated it. Perhaps you saw in the newspaper today, Secretary Galvez is actually reiterating the same by saying that he wants to avoid super spreaders on election day. At kung maaari, several days daw yung election. I think the only workable way to do that would be the local absentee voting indeed.
But with the intelligence of both senators, the sponsor and the interpellators, I hope you don't mind because there is a very urgent memorandum that I have just received from the Senate Secretariat, what I feel is very important as far as the employees are concerned. So
Oh
if
dear.
you will allow a majority leader, let me read it into the records, the pertinent portions. This is to address to the Senate President and recommending to address the rising number of active COVID-19 cases in the Senate. So to address the rising number of Senate employees from both Secretariat and proper offices who have been categorized as active COVID-19 cases, they are suggesting the following measures have been recommended by the Medical and Dental Bureau to stem a possible surge brought about by the Delta variant. First, reduce the number of Senate employees who will report for work on a daily basis from 50% to 25%, except offices whose staff are required to be physically present to perform their official functions. Number two, only those employees with essential functions related to plenary session shall be allowed to enter the session hall. Now, to date, just for the record, no, I hope the senators don't mind. The MDB recorded a total number of 39 active cases as of tonight,
In the Senate po?
in the Senate. So the majority of which are Secretariat employees. Now, the MDB likewise directed that 168 employees to undergo quarantine. In one case in point this is the worst thing. Bills and Index, ang SAPOL, which is right here, out of its current manpower of 32 persons, its service chief and 19 staff members for a total of 20 are now in quarantine. Out of these 20, 10 have already tested positive for COVID-19. So in view of this alarming situation, and that is the reason we had to cut in during the interpellation to inform everybody, they are respectfully recommending the adoption of these measures that's being proposed by the Medical and Dental Bureau. So if there is no objection from any of the of our colleagues, I concur and will agree to the recommendation of the Senate Secretariat. Thank you for the information of everybody. All right.
Thank you very much,
May
Mr.
continue,
President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader, I'm willing to just resume my interpellation sometime next week because with the revelations of the sponsor about the new approach, maybe I could be of more help if I'm given time to study.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear colleague from
study
Cagayan
the
de Oro.
provisions.
Akong Silingan, salamat kayo because with that revelation, I'm now seriously fearful
Yes.
for my own and the staff here's life of our staff. I lost a staff member this weekend, Saturnino Hugos, who's been working with my family for close to 50 years. As a matter of fact, our oldest staff member, he passed away, getting COVID-19 fully vaccinated with Sputnik, but because of his advanced age, hindi niya nakayanan. And I have some staff members, also chief of my political wing in the office is sick with COVID. So,
So am I, Majority Leader. I lost a staff from COVID. It's been working for me since my first day as a public servant for over 20 years now.
so yes, so
Majority.
it's good that we lessen the number of people because I still see a lot of staff here in the Senate. It should be just really skeleton, particularly in the plenary. Siguro dito dapat wala pa tayong 10, lahat-lahat na. Marami tayo nandito. Yan, ininervyos po ako, Mr. President. Anyway, if it's okay
Mr.
with you.
President?
Yes, Ma'am Amy.
Yes, Senator Amy.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and thank you very much also, Senator Pimentel. I'm certain that your inputs will be very valuable and we should carry them as committee amendments if possible. But certainly, we were looking towards special polling places as they are very much welcomed by the IP groups who were represented during the hearings, as it will avoid all sorts of discrimination if the COMELEC itself went to visit them and conducted the voting in situ. So that's among the concepts that we are working with, in the hope that indeed every single one of our highly vulnerable sectors will be given the chance to vote, at the same time avoiding a super spreader during the campaign and election day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our distinguished colleagues. Maybe
Thank you.
move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, the motion's carried.
Maybe before we end, to be able to accommodate our distinguished colleague from Sarangani, we have some local bills, and I know I have made a commitment to Governor Adjong and to the local leaders. Maybe we can take up before we adjourn tonight, and then we'll just move it back on Monday. We can take up 2 or 3 local bills, particularly House Bill number 7355. So, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7355. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
I moved up one piece of the agenda because House Bill number 7499, the Senate President had requested me to take it up on Monday instead, because
Yes.
he would like to be here when the discussion on the Fernando Po Avenue
Yes.
will be taken up. So therefore, I move it to the next item, which is an act renaming the Marawi-Bumbaran Wao Road, stretching Marawi to the areas of Lanao del Sur as Governor Mamintal Adjong Senior National Road. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the said measure. I move to close the period of interpellation. So moved.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none, the motion of the Majority Leader is hereby carried.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and ask the good gentleman, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Manny Pacquiao, the Pambansang Kamao, if there are any amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, motion's carried. The period of, we're now in the period of amendments. We recognize the distinguished sponsor, our people's champ, Senator Manny Pacquiao. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is no amendments, Mr. President.
No amendment.
Thank you. With that,
Leader.
Mr. President, we close, and there's no individual amendments as well. We move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to close the period of amendments hereby carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7355. So moved.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 7355 is hereby carried.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 6467.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I
Maybe
move
we
to
should-
recognize the sponsor, Senator Pacquiao. But no member wishes to interpolate this particular measure, Mr. President. I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Yes, we opened the period of interpellation, and therefore we also recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Manny Pacquiao.
And no member wishes to interpolate, so we can close, Mr. President. I move to close now.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to close the period of interpellation and debate is hereby carried.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and ask this good gentleman sponsor if there are any amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. We open the period of amendments and we'd like to recognize the chairperson, the sponsor, Senator Manny Pacquiao.
There's no committee amendments and individual amendments, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The motion of the majority leader is hereby carried.
With that, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6467. So moved.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The House Bill number 6467 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe we can take up two more until number 7. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of this measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6492. So moved.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 6492 is hereby considered.
Mr. President, the member wishes to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, I'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Pacquiao, if there are any amendments.
Senator Pacquiao is recognized if there are any amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's no committee and individual amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is hereby carried.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6492.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader to approve House Bill number 6492 on second reading is hereby granted.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6585.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
I move, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Period of interpolation is hereby closed. If there are any objection, chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor for any amendments.
We recognize the sponsor, distinguished gentleman from Sarangani Province, Senator Manny Pacquiao.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's no committee and individual amendments, Mr. President.
Therefore, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. We close the period of amendments.
President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6585. So
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader to approve House Bill number 6585 on second reading is hereby granted.
move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Kaya pa, 5 minutes? One last. Cannon Road. Let's do the Cannon Road.
Cannon Road.
Kasi palaging nagla-landslide dyan eh. Kawawa naman ang tao.
Cannon
sa
Road,
pag-
Cannon Road.
Mr. President, I
Majority
move that
leader,
we,
yung,
last bill so that we can send
there's
everybody
a
home.
curfew. There's a
Last
curfew,
two.
guys.
Last two, boss, kasi the
There's a
second one
curfew.
pala may bukid nun. Yung after that.
Pwede yung yun na lang.
Okay.
Ay, may
So,
bukid.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6491. I so move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, there being no member wishes to interpolate, move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and ask the sponsor for any amendments.
We open the period of amendments and recognize Senator Manny Pacquiao.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's no committee and individual amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, therefore, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move to close, approve on second reading House Bill number 6491.
6491.
91.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 6491 is carried.
Mr. President, to the last one for tonight so that we can, everyone can go home and not get caught by the curfew. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5889.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion to consider House Bill number 5889 is carried.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there really no member who wishes to interpolate the said measure? The
It's
chair
the
hears
Muslim,
none.
it is the Muslim Christian Unity
It is
Highway. How can
carried.
we go against that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we open the period of amendments and ask the dear colleague if there are any
We
amendments?
open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Manny Pacquiao.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's no committee and individual amendments, Mr. President.
No committee and individual amendments, Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5889.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader to approve on second reading House Bill number 5889 is hereby carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our dear sponsor, thank you. We'll take up the others first.
Congratulations, sponsor.
Senator Manny.
Senator Manny.
We'll take it up early first thing in Monday for the
Monday na lang, Monday na lang. Okay. Keep safe, guys.
Boundary na, champ. Boundary.
Mr. President, I just have a few administrative matters before we adjourn.
Yes, Majority Leader. You're
With the
recognized.
permission of the boundary,
Boundary.
with the
Permission of the
permission of the
boundary.
body. Kasi sabi mo boundary, kaya na ano ako, na
Permission of the boundary.
with the permission of the body,
Lagot
I
ka,
move
nandyan si Principal.
that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conference to the Bicameral Conference Committee to the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1933 and House Bill number 8998. This is the Domestic Administrative Adoption Act.
Any objection? Chair hears
Mr.
none.
President, you have to, I think that's.
I don't have anything here. Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry, Mr. President, the staff forgot to give you.
I thought you're the one who will. That's what happens when. As mamadali sa boundary. As officer in charge, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1933 and House Bill number 8998. They are Senators Risa Ontiveros as chairperson, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, Senator Amy Marcos, and Senator Win Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Risa, you're recognized.
Oh, no, I apologize,
I
Mr.
thought you
President
needed
and
the floor.
Majority Leader. I was just saying, thank you, Mr. President. Salamat po.
Thank you. Everyone got nervous because they thought you will deliver a privileged speech. At this
Mr.
time.
President,
Just kidding.
the secretary is asking if we can have one last additional reference of business. It's only a one page. Mr. President, I move for the additional reference of business.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried. Secretary General is hereby directed.
Third additional reference of business, committee report. Committee report number 297, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on National Defense, Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate number 2376 with Senators Pimentel III, Pacquiao, Gordon, Lacson, and Angara as authors thereof, entitled An Act Strengthening Professionalism and Continuity of Policies and Modernization Initiatives of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 1045, 1370, and 1785, sponsor Senator Lacson.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Majority
President. With that, and I thank our dear colleagues for their patience and our staff that are here also today. Be reminded that we only have a 25% staffing on Monday. So with that, Mr.
Yes.
President, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, September 6, 2021.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 6, 2021.
Bye. Enjoy the weekend.